गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग, पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग, मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक, दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट, मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय, बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई, टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस, हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस, बैकी आया पैराशूट ते मैं फॉलोन ऑन ऑफ लव जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे, तेरा चलना नहीं
अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
Oh boy, don't cry, तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय, कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई, तेरे जैसे कई आए। I'm a queen, मेरा सीन, करे बात मेरी I'm16, knock out करूँ दिल I'm so mean, तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन, तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ, ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ, बिना मेरा चिकन देना देना, कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ, कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ।
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया, तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया, and you thought you knocked me out, मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया, एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू, 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू, मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल टाटा, लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा, गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा, मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल, कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा, बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on the floor, जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे, तेरा चलना नहीं वाली।
अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
Game over. Hi, this is TJ Shapater, and I play the role of IGL for Team the Grounders. It's been a long journey, but we are back again with more hard work and dedication. Qualifying for PMPL means that we have already gone through a lot of tough competition. The teams are very strong and hardworking, the reason why they're already qualified in the competition along with us. I hope our fans support us throughout our journey. Watch us live on PUBG Mobile broadcast channels. This is TJ Shapater. Thank you and take care.
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
Hello and welcome folks to the second day, in fact, which is the final day of our second league weekdays of the PUBG Mobile Pakistan Pro League Spring 2022, which is of course brought to you by Oppo, who are our official smartphone partners for the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan region. As we head along a fresh new day, joining along with me will be none other than CA, as a lot has happened yesterday, as we did see quite a big names now struggling to qualify. So what are you expecting from the matches today?
Oh, I'm just expecting those big names to really step it up to the mark, you know, or rather we might as well get an upset all the way through, where we see these big names not make it to the super weekend. And to add, of course, a name to that narrative itself, Freestyle, the team you just saw on your screen passing by on that Gladiator Arena. I think Freestyle really number 20th spot coming into the final day of Week 2's league stage fixes. They've got everything to prove and everything to lose.
Yeah, not just freestyles here. We do have teams like FMxR3D who are also, you know, under a lot of criticism, considering how their performance was yesterday, and that might all change today, because of course we still do have 4 more games for all these teams out here, where they will be, you know, trying to turn the tables around. And today's day will all be about the final few teams, the last bottom few teams, as to who are the ones going to qualify or make it to the second super weekend. But for now, it could still be anybody's game, right?
Yeah.
Just that one chicken dinner could completely turn the tides. It is all opened up right till the sixth or seventh spot, right? Even if freestyle come in and get a chicken dinner here with let's say 15 finishes, then 30 points coming out, I think they would find themselves in that safe spot.
Exactly, and that's where a single good game can really turn the tables, you know. It can completely flip the narrative we've got coming into this game, and that's where I
Yeah.
want to see which teams get off to a strong start from the very beginning. I think something we kept talking about yesterday is that there's still one more day to go, there's still time left. Well, it's day 2, there's no more time left anymore, Fixes.
Yeah, it's sort of a reverse countdown that has already begun for all these teams out here. But for the new viewers joining in, a quick explanation of how the format has been this time around. Pretty much standard. So we do have 5 groups of 4 teams each, divided as they will be playing in the league play days. And out of that, only the top 16 teams head in to the Super Weekend. We did conclude our first Super Weekend where we did have 4 of the teams missing out, and the same shall be this time as well. And once you head into the Super Weekend, it's going to span over 3 days, where the top 16 teams towards the very end will qualify for the PMPL Pakistan Spring 22 Finals. As the prize pool, as we take a quick look at it, it's a whooping 1.76 crore Pakistani rupees. Now this is where things really get excited, because even during the Super Weekend, for every single chicken dinner you get, you are getting $500 as well.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where you've got to make sure, not just for the, for that money right there, but also for those key points, so you can get yourself in contention for one of these prizes in the top 16. You've got to make it to the Super Weekend first, and we'll have to see which teams are able to step it up to the mark and deliver today, because certainly I think one thing we know for sure is that it's not going to be an easy affair.
Oh, it is not, definitely. But like last time, I think the threshold was 42. I've got to take a quick check. Yes, it was indeed 42 points. And now this is the point structure which has been prevalent since the past 2 years or so, because we have been witnessing this point standings. For the first position you get 15 points and so on. It reduces 8 to 12, just 1 point, 13 to 16, nothing. But what really sets this point structure apart is that one elimination point for every kill that you get. As we head on, have a look at the storyboard right now for the second league days. SALTxi8, they are leading the charts, but right very close to them are TmwEsports, who sort of have carried forward with the consistency along with teams like MetershotxSKY. But what really sets, what really has been a surprise package is MetershotxSKY finally bringing in the heat. They've been playing well. So that is one thing that we've got to take a look. They've been pretty consistent in terms of how they've been getting those position points with a decent number of kills to their name as well.
Yeah, I think similarly TUF as well. In the last two games yesterday, they were really able to step up to the mark, get that chicken dinner on, and they've, because of that, made a giant leapfrog to the front half of the table and are relatively safe. Still not guaranteed safe, because they're still near that 30-point mark. I'd say maybe if they get one more chicken dinner, then they're definitely safe. And I think in that regard, talking about safe teams, all of these teams in our second page of the rankings from 11th to 20th, every single team in trouble, but most so those teams in the bottom 4. You've got Freestyle 3x, TMW, and FMxR3D, and it's quite surprising when you think about the fact that out of these 4 teams, it's only TMW who's been here before.
Yeah, and the worst part is TMW, they are struggling this time as well. Last time they barely just missed out by 2 points, right?
Yeah.
And it would really hurt them and would put a complete full stop over their journey, because of course they might then come to play the third league days also. That is going to happen, but the outcome will not really help themselves in qualifying for the finals, and that is something that all these teams are aiming for right now. This is going to be a huge dent even for teams like XGeneration, if they do not tend to qualify. But for now, the storyline, XGeneration, they're not really out of harm's way, right? Sitting at 23 points, they are looking decent. And it all came down to the fact that yesterday in the final game of Erangel, they managed to get a second spot for themselves. But today also, they at least they need, let's say, 20 more points from the 4 games that they have to play. So it's going to be really important, especially like you said, for all the bottom teams right now in the table. It's so volatile. It's just that one good game that you need to qualify. But at the same time, teams like SALTxi8, H2E, MSKY, NES, Clarity, they have that freedom to try and go more for those kill points. Because for the viewers, yesterday we had 3 Erangels, so today we're gonna be having 3 Sanhoks. Now that completely changes the dynamics of the kind of gameplay that we're gonna witness, because yesterday's Sanhoks were really out of the world, because we did witness a lot of teams really proning around, catching the players off guard, and one of the teams that has taken the brunt has to be FMxR3D. But then again, we've got to talk about TmwEsports here this time, because coming in this league day really matters a lot. They need to get into the super weekend and start opening up their accounts, because if they don't qualify, because now they're in a good position to do so, right? If they don't, then things are going to be looking very bad.
Yeah, things are going to start looking extremely dicey and difficult if they're not able to make it in this super weekend itself. But I think given the fact that they've already managed to secure their spot in the top 4, and now that they're looking to really build upon that and take this momentum into the rest of the week we have with the super weekend coming up, I think they are more or less safe as long as they pull off at least mediocre performances today. They don't really need to pop off, as long as they're average altogether, they will qualify.
Oh yeah, I mean, all you've got to do is make sure, not even if you're not getting chicken dinners also, if you could sort of replicate what they did yesterday, I think they're good to go, right? Because they did have 2 top 3 finishes. In one game, they managed to get 10 finishes in this, and that sort of happened in the map of Erangel. Now that's going to be really important as to how they're gonna play it, because TmwEsports, again, one of the OG teams that you can say from the Pakistan region. It was quite a surprise, really, that they could not make it to the first super weekend. And a reason why we did discuss, huge change in the roster clearly would take some time to settle it, as we take a look at Team H2E, which has again been so consistent with how they've been playing so far, quite replicating the form that carried forward into the second league day, second week. And I must say, all these players, they're very well settled in, they're doing really good. I think I do not have any complaints from this squad.
Most definitely not. I think the only concern was, as you can see in the graph as well, in the first few matches in the league stage, they were a little on and off. It was slight inconsistency, but they completely laid those concerns aside with their super weekend performance. As you can see, it was a consistent upward graph for them in the super weekend, which resulted in them having some great performances in day 1 of our week 2 league stage as well. So again, a team that is looking quite comfortable in that regard, in their ability to get back to that super weekend. I think for H2E, it's no longer about, the narrative is no longer about just qualifying for the super weekend. It's rather contesting with teams like SALTxi8, with teams like Quantum Rage, who are in the top of the ladder in the super weekend points, to try and get more closer to them.
Yeah, H2E, of course, their next objective would be try to get that first position, and it's quite reachable, right? With SALTxi8 just mere 4 points ahead. It's going to be a tough competition, but then again, when you get SALTxi8 in the picture, they have a really straight fundamentals, right? All they want to do is fight for the position and try to get themselves in as many fights as possible, and I think that is clearly gonna help their cause, as we're gonna see more of that aggression being displayed today also. But what I'm really concerned about is, like I said, the bottom 4 teams, especially TMW. Now you did see them in a couple of games. What do you think needs to change for their side?
I think really for TMW, what has been the issue is the lack of conviction and decisiveness almost. They
Yeah.
hesitate almost always when they want to take a fight. They either go in all guns blazing without thinking, or they're just like, hey, should we wait, should we think? And I think that little bit of conviction where I feel like they should just stick to a particular approach, you know, like teams like H2E that we just saw, for example, they're very consistent in their ability to get those placement points on, and it works for them.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I completely agree with what you just said. You know, they need a little bit of conviction, and how does that come? You need to have a few good games, right? I would be wanting them to start a little bit slow, but for now, we do have Team Regicide, who managed to get a chicken dinner in Sanhok yesterday. Now, taking a look at their players, Voltrox has been really amazing. You know, has racked up 33 eliminations already, and now this is an overall statistics that throughout the PMPL so far for all the viewers out there. For your reference, as Johnny, we are still, you know, kind of waiting to see him pop off. Insane has been playing really well. You know, he's been delivering those games. But in the Super Weekend, Regicide was looking quite unsure of. Just in that final game, they managed to kind of you know, breathe a huge sigh of relief with that 15 kills chicken dinner. But apart from that, you know, Regicide, you could clearly see the graph says it all. We haven't seen that little bit of a consistency kicking in this squad. They still have a lot more work to do in terms of how they engage in fights. What I really feel, CA, is that the communication between the players could certainly be better, and they could be decisive, something with which even TMW really needs to work upon, right? Like you said, they kind of look a little unsure of things, right? Now suddenly, you know, a lot of questions arise. Should we go for the zone? Should we focus on the objectives, or should we try to get the finishes? Now, few of the teams have understood how to really approach this game, how to really approach this meta. But with Sanhok in contention, and in fact the majority of the games today being played in Sanhok, it is going to be so different as to, you know, what will happen. I think we will be witnessing a lot of surprises today.
I think that's certainly something that we can expect coming into Sanhok, because it has been a map that has managed to continuously give us a different type of display from the teams that do end up inhabiting it. I think really it's a map of underdogs usually. We see teams that haven't really been able to find consistency in Erangel or Miramar really step up to the mark in Sanhok itself, and which is why I'm hoping today will be the rise of those underdogs. Even if we don't see teams really shifting too much in terms of points, I want to see a lot more contention. I want to see a lot more ability to fight amongst each other for those top 16 spots.
Yeah. I mean, me too. No questions asked, right? So heading in, the first game is going to be in Sanhok, right? If it is Sanhok, of course, you know, teams from Group E will be sitting this out, which clearly means we get to see that little bit of a bittersweet love story happening in Paradise Resort between MetershotxSKY and 52 Rage, right? That is going to be really interesting, and that is going to be the first thing that I'm going to look at in this particular lobby. But Sanhok, it's going to be a really interesting affair, because we have seen lately that 52x Rage do have a contingency plan. If the drop location gets clashed, they tend to you know, drop off on the edges of the Paradise Resort, and in a 2-2 split, they tend to escape early on. But what's going to be important is, of course, again, the circle, where it is really going to pan out, as we do have the squad rosters in front of us. Group A consisting of SALTxi8, Quantum Rage, Quraysh Esports, and TmwEsports. It's kind of like a contrasting story between in these groups, where two of the teams are doing really well, two of the teams are kind of struggling today. So let's see what happens towards the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see which teams are really able to find that momentum, and along with it some consistency to boot, because like you said, yesterday was a day where many teams were not able to find their power itself, I think. But looking forward, this particular group is going to be very, very interesting, because we've seen from teams like TUF before, for example, one day where they look pretty damn good, and then another day they just completely disappear off the mark. So for teams like that had a good day yesterday, Fixes, I think it's all about proving that it wasn't just a one-off, that it wasn't just a one-time show.
Yeah, you just cannot, you know, shine in all your glory and might in one day and then just fizzle out in the other, right? You've got to, I think this point structure clearly demands that you've got to be more consistent, and not just with position points. I mean, we're not asking a lot, right? We're not asking you to get a chicken dinner every single game. What we demand is maybe get a 5th position, but have 5-6 kills to go along with it. That is enough to take you to the finals of the PMPL Pakistan 2022 this time, because that is what majority of the teams are eyeing out for, right? Now you talk about the elite teams, right? The creme de la creme teams like SALTxi8. Again, you've got teams like H2E, Quantum Rage. All of these teams would be clearly eyeing out not just on the prize money, of course that's a given there, but also for trying to get a more kill hungry, try to be a little more aggressive, try to handle more dire circumstances, right? So we're gonna be seeing them taking a lot of risks, especially during the super weekends and league play days, because once they want to head inside the finals, they're gonna make sure that they are very well adept with the lobby. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, match number 1 is about to begin, and it is going to be the rainforest of Sanhok, where we are going to kick off as the big bird is already in the sky, as you could clearly see. The flight path trajectory all the way from the southern side towards Tambang, right, from Kampong. So it's going to be really interesting as to how teams are going to be dropping off. Now the biggest question is whether or not we're going to witness any drop clashes in Paradise or not.
Yeah, we'll have to see if those clashes do end up coming out. Usually we see MetershotxSKY and 52x Rage go for it, but I think recently both of the teams have looked to take a different style adaptation into this particular map, and I wonder if they go back to comfort right now, because that's really what most of these teams are going to look at coming into this particular series. Now, I think what is even more cool is the fact that, never mind, nothing is even more cool than that circle.
It's all gonna change, but seems like we do have some early scuffle over here. We've got XGeneration and Magnus going up against each other as the love story continues. MetershotxSKY, they've managed to dish out the first blood as they get the first finish, and 52x Rage. Now it's going to be interesting because they're sort of confided into one little compound over there, one little area, just those two houses, and all they've got to do is try and get back off. But we've seen the fortunes change, right? We've seen the tides turning there, because more often than not, what has really happened every single time they went off against each other is Meteorshot. They get that first opening kill, but then eventually the whole squad just gets wiped out, and it is always TUF that kind of steps in, and third parties, whoever survives. So it's going to be interesting for 52x Rage, because this time they're in a really bad situation, right? They are very limited in terms of how they want to spread out, because last time they had a good spread, but this time all in one area, and I'm starting to fear that they might really get sandwiched in this situation.
Yeah, especially when you think about the fact that the area they're in is currently surrounded by MetershotxSKY. As it is usual, they got the first advantage, MetershotxSKY. Will they be able to change the tide now and actually build on that advantage? We'll have to see. But another contestation here we see right now around Camp Charlie, I believe, is Magnus and XGeneration. And with only a couple of players for Magnus here, their priority clearly just to hold on. But back to our initial story, as we got MetershotxSKY room by room trying to make the move forward. I immediately like the fact that they're not as slow, because they usually are much slower in their approach in this fight. It's got to be aggressive. You got to take the fight, take the numbers advantage right here.
Alright, it's going to be so important, because Daku spots out every single movement, every little piece of information imparted on towards his teammate, as Ash is going to be the one providing him that quintessential cover fire, as Khatir Sale will be trading blows to blows, as 52x Rage, they do not seem like backing off, but they want to play in their own court. So they're trying to draw the players of MetershotxSKY as much in as possible, because they've got a player on the backlines providing the cover fire himself, as Daku on clearly low HP, and this is where Zen really comes in handy, getting that knock on towards Ash, and now things have really opened up. But Daku needs to heal himself up, or maybe it's not necessary as all, because he's managed to get yet another player. Now the onus is on the players of MetershotxSKY, because Kian is in a very dicey situation, as Faster is going to be the one trying to push on him, as Kian on really low HP. All he's going to do is try and survive, but that's not going to happen, as Faster gets one more knock, and again, as it's customary, MetershotxSKY now in a whole world of trouble, CA.
And it's exactly what Yusef fixes, despite the early advantage, customary tradition does end up playing out. It's just almost like MetershotxSKY, they get a man advantage, and that's a nerf to them, not a buff.
I mean, what do we say from here, CA? Because every single time they kind of try to go after 52x rage, in turn just get deleted. And at this point, they need to get a reality check, and this could happen even once again. So they've got to come up with a contingency plan of their own, a little bit more decisiveness, because again, the same old mistakes being committed. But now Cairo spotting out Thug in a very precarious position. Now we'll get enough breathing space to get Adil back on his knees. But for XGeneration, what are they going to do about Thug? How are they going to bring him back to life?
I think they might just cut their losses and allow to let him go while making a simultaneous move on that isolated member in the compound for Magnus. They're doing that exactly as they seem to have looked to find Mom2, but instead Mom2 takes one down before he goes. And wait a second, he doesn't even go. Mom2 just runs away. He runs away with everything. Mom2 surviving still. Will be able to heal himself too. Fixes Mom2 just got away with bloody murder.
Oh, that's a murder in open daylight. And he manages to escape with it. Though taking a lot of scratches out there, but still, as long as he's breathing, that's something that Magnus can really capitalize on. Because look at his teammates, right? They have formed that perfect cover fire. The moment XGeneration will step out of the cover, they're just done. As Thug still languishing away over there on his knees, bleeding, all bruised up. As Cairo will spot out Panda, will get that knock, connects that head in a really important moment, as this is where, Magnus can go in for the push, and having all their players pushing together after Bashir, Bashir is the one who is going to be making a run for his life.
And for Magnus, again, a team that did decently in day one. You can see number 10th in the rankings at the end of day one. For them, it's all about building on that, because they had a performance to forget, really, when it came to the Super Weekend itself. So they're going to want to build on that and correct the mistakes they made over there to make sure that then when the Super Weekend 2 comes, they're again in a good spot. They seem to be doing exactly that. Mom2, especially one of their star players, turning up. If he hadn't won that duel right there and got away, things might have been completely different. Mom2 just playing it beautifully.
Oh yeah, I mean Magnus played it absolutely right, considering the situation that they were in, and you've got to feel bad for not really feel bad for XGeneration, because honestly, if you take a look at that particular fight, it was XGeneration who really came in, who were the first ones to drop over there, right? They should have really have had a good spread. The spread, they should have capitalized upon that little bit of an advantage that they had, because at this point, they cannot really afford to be losing out on few of more of those points, because after this game, just 3 more remain, right? The reverse countdown that we did talk of has certainly come into play, but FMR3D, it's going to be such an important game. And look at freestyle, a botation is a term that has been coined lately, when you tend to rotate with the boat, and we've seen terrible things happening, and it was Crypto who tried to do that, and I think it was Quantum Rage that had to take the harder spot yesterday, just got annihilated over there. And they're still doing it again, so maybe not learning from their mistakes, or maybe they sort of believe in this style of play, as this time they are not going to be traversing along CA. They're going to be traversing along with Freestyle also, who are just on their tails.
Yeah, I just noticed that Freestyle right behind them. I wonder if they've noticed Quantum Rage or not. Either way, we'll find out. But this is one of the first fights that broke out. I mean, at this point, if you've been watching PMPL for the last week, and if you haven't, why not? Really, but if you have, then you know, MetershotxSKY, classic. Get that first kill in the fight, immediately start losing. And as usual,
Yeah, I mean, this kind of a storyline has always been the same, right? They tend to have some casualties, but this is what we were talking about. Quantum Rage now fighting in open sea, as Malik will try to spot out JD as the 4 players, they've decided to just take a halt over here as they're racking up, trying to rather rack up a few kills, which will come sooner or later as JD he's taken quite some damage out here as Quantum Bridge. They're absolutely helpless, man. What do they do? I mean, what would you do if you were Quantum Bridge at this situation other than, asking for mercy? But in the realms of PUBG Mobile, you do not really get that, do you?
Yeah, especially when you see a freestyle, they've got the appropriate flag as well. They've got that pirate flag with the skull and 2 swords. So clearly a team that is, happy to take that naval battle almost of sorts. Shut down Quantum Rage. Now, they haven't eliminated all of them just yet. They've actually just managed to eliminate only JD. So maybe the other players can still get to the shoreline and survive.
I mean, they will have to come out for oxygen, right, at any particular moment, and that is the sort of a situation that Freestyle look to be capitalizing. But hold on, CA, I take a look at H2E, and they might just get the better out of Freestyle over here, as it is indeed the case, as all the players have taken a plunge, as H2E are well aware of the situation in front of them. And they're going to be waiting. Rather like, the statement has become quite literal right now. The hunters have become the hunted now.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, really, Freestyle, they thought they got away in easy style from that fight with Quantum Rage. They got one elimination, they got their rotation, but suddenly H2E, they've got their number. And with this circle, you've got to expect that some team will, right? You've got to expect that some team will most likely expect you to come for the water rotation, the rotation as you said it, and try to deny you from the shoreline. But talking about what we've got on our screen right now, Quraysh engaged in a fight with FMxR3D. Bilal finds Anubis and shuts him down, but FMxR3D, again, their troubles continuing fixes. They're just not able to find any momentum or form.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's sort of getting a little worse, and now it's very concerning as they have lost out on Anubis. They certainly cannot afford a few more casualties. Elsewhere, of course, we do have a battle going on between SALTxi8 and TmwEsports. Both the teams exchanging blows with each other, as Shaw does have that little bit of a ridge helping him out. As Uzem, look at him. This is what confidence does to you, right? He is moving so fearlessly right into the enemy's territory, right? They want to end it quick and fast, as they cannot afford to extend for more than 2 minutes, as a finisher gets knocked down, and it is going to be Money who gets that knock, will eventually get the finish, as Shaw and Pika are the two survivors, are the two final survivors for FMR3D. As we take a look at the map feed, of course, it will be going towards the Western Island, and the two teams that are in contention for it, especially that Shrine area, where we did see, I think, the players of the Grounders and QWERTY about to fight it out for that top spot. That is going to be really important, who gets control over that, as Shaw's position, has been compromised, but Pika still making sure that he has that little bit of a stealth to work around.
Yeah, Pika still holding on. But Shaw, like you said, will get down right here. It's all down to Pika once again. He is a player that is in that top 10 mark already in terms of elimination. So clearly a player that has performed before, and we can expect to perform again. But I think more than anything, his team needs him to stay safe, to get as many placements as he can. And if fortune favors him, then maybe a couple of eliminations along the way too. But right now, eyes on SALTxi8, our top standing team in the current lobby, with an astounding lead really, and an astounding ability to maneuver themselves out of any situation they find themselves in. So currently the teams they are facing, which is 52x Rage and TUF, they're the teams that we're going to have to worry about.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially considering the fact that the both of them have been doing relatively well. Now Virus, he's the one who's already taken out of the picture. So SALTxi8, they're still going to be enjoying that cover of the compound they're holding on to. But the question still remains, for how long, right? Now what the ideal game plan with TUF can be to try and engulf the players of SALTxi8, try and stop them at their tracks, because now with the zone shifting away from them, they for sure have to move inside the circle. Now TUF, they've got to take a huge decision, right? They've got to consider the fact that should we focus on the objective, try to get inside the circle, or should we try to clear out SALTxi8, who are our nearest and in fact the biggest threat that we can have inside this lobby.
Yeah, and that's where really I think the decision-making aspect comes into play, because I could see arguments for both decisions being like the right decision, or rather both decision having pros and cons. It's all about how quickly you're able to make the decision and then maximize the value coming in from it. So I think what I want to see TUF is just go for a call, because you can see SALTxi8, they've made their call. I don't think they're going to look for a fight right here unless it presents itself to them. They're just going to try to sneak up, take the high ground, and if they find TUF, well and great. Otherwise they go for the rotations, but it is going to be the form of fixes. They are going to find TUF.
Oh yeah, I mean, SALTxi8 really know how to bring the fight right in front of their enemies, as Uzim, displaying his signature crouch toggle play, goes on to wipe along with Blade, who chimes in. Now SALTxi8, they have certainly made a mark on those elimination leaderboards with Blade and Crypto leading the charts right now, as this is the fight that we're talking about, you know, the fight around the shrine area, the hottest property in Sanhok right now, as Freestyle did manage to get themselves out of the waters, but surely find themselves in a bit of a pickle, as Black has been taken down. Now H2E, you could clearly see that 3-1 spread, with Dread trying to provide that cover fire from the backlines, as he will connect a grenade on towards Wasi, as Freestyle, they're in a whole world of trouble as Red tries to come pushing in, where Tyrant will be taking a go at him, but still could not get the knock. It is going to prove fatal, but still manages to get down one. Can he get the second one as well, with the gun getting onto a reload against Rex? First Tyrant looking out to finish off Pan, in fact, which will be stolen by TmwE's Harry from the backlines, and suddenly the tides have changed, CA. Now H2E find themselves in the midst of a whole world of trouble right now.
Yeah, H2E seemingly stuck in a extremely bad spot with one team on their back and one team on their front now. They've got to deal with this real quick and shut down Freestyle, maybe then go for the rotations, or just get the revive onto Rex and go for the rotation early. Either way, TmW, they're now waiting a second for what happens. They're coming in from the shadows, trying to shut them down. They found Rex and TmW, they're looking for more. They want both of these vibes right here.
Oh yeah, they certainly do, but now the players of Freestyle, Tyrant still trying to put up a fight over here, because it is so important for Freestyle to get a few points collected, because you know, one after the other, if they tend to keep on having bad games, now this is completely going to be such a huge surprise, because this was the team, see, that topped the league weeks last time around, and suddenly they're on the dead last position, which is completely unacceptable by their standards. But Malik, going big, will connect that grenade, will not only get one, but will get the second as well, and in turn wipes out H2E for the better good. Now Freestyle, now this is exactly what they needed, but look at the circle shift now. Ideally the circle is going to favor teams like QWERTY, who have such a good position, have a little bit of a high ground, but even having control over that compound on the lower ground as well proves to be so very good in terms of how objectively they want to approach this game.
Yeah, most definitely, and it's really going to end up meaning that for these teams, those early predictions about where the circle could end up being can gain a lot of value with respect to what they end up finishing in. Now we've got some key teams surviving currently that are towards the bottom half of the table. You've got TmW still in the lobby with every single player, I believe, alive. Yeah, every single player alive. You've got Team Grounders, a team that could be in trouble if they're not putting in the greatest of performances. And of course, Freestyle themselves, the two players surviving. Malik still making sure that his team gets the better of today and is able to make it into the Super Weekend. Now we're seeing a fight erupt between two of our titans, Clarity and SALTxi8. They go to it neck to neck, and it's all for this key compound control on the southeastern edge of the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be so important, but Magnus certainly do have a little bit of an advantage working in their favor, being the closest one to the zone, as Sirius this time possesses threat for freestyle, as he will catch Malik walking inside the circle. And, they were engaging in a fight with H2E, and the gunshots and those grenade were audible to them, so they knew exactly what to expect. But Clarity could just get the better out of SALTxi8, but that is going to be a whole different story, because Uzum really quick on his triggers. We've got to see what does this new lad Rollin has to offer, as Uzum has taken some massive amount of damage, but still breathing over here.
Oh, that perfectly cooked nade though could have landed. Played in a lot of trouble, but instead it's Uzum who gets caught off guard by Drollin, just like that. Clarity, they seem to be in a good situation, but is that a false sense of security? We'll have to see, because Blade, he's managed to sneak up. Now Zibian has an idea, but does he know a nade is coming right at him? It's actually not a nade, it's a Molotov. And I swear, if that was a grenade instead of Molotov, that was the end of Zibian, but that's okay. Crypto comes in anyway, shuts him down, but it does end up coming at the cost of one of his teammates. So 58 Clarity and SALTxi8 right now currently trading some heavy blows, while Drollin is just single-handedly trying to close it all out for his team.
And they do it. It is going to be 420 boy who gets the final finish, CA, and SALTxi8 are out of contention, eliminated at the 11th spot with just 3 finishes, as this is sort of a stalemate that we have witnessed right from minute 1 inside the game. Literally, these two teams facing off against each other, but no one, or rather nobody, breaking the silence first, as the circle has finally shifted away from them, as it has gone down the hills. And this is where Clarity will find themselves in a very promising situation, and so as the Grounders, who are going to be making a run inside the circle, but they will have to be facing their nearest threat, that is in the form of QWERTY, as Khan. He's on the back lines. He is watching out for his boys over there, as TmW and Magnus might collide any single moment.
Now Magnus, they are in a bit of trouble right here, because you can see TmW right behind them, and then you've got IQ sneaking up through the shadows, trying to potentially third party this fight if it erupts between TmW and Magnus. QWERTY, on the other hand, they've got the compound control on the edge of the circle. They've got a player in the middle of the circle, and they're looking like a team to beat for this winner chicken dinner. And at the same time, I think for Clarity, having won that fight against SALTxi8, they are in a safe spot where they can just focus on holding their spot and waiting for the fights to erupt. And we know Clarity is really good at that, so they will most likely definitely do that.
This has been a really good game for the players of TmW, the way they've survived till the very end, but the Grounders now taking the huge brunt of it, as the players keep on getting knocked out like a stack of dominoes, as in a blink of an eye the Grounders have been put to ground, as QWERTY still keep on that dominating run. They have been silent for majority of the while, but now they're making their presence felt, as Bilal, he's right out in the open, knocked up. Now Quraysh need to get themselves out from that little bit of a cover that they have, but now they've got to deal with the big titans themselves, as Clarity do have all that crosshair aimed right at their direction.
Clarity in a bunch of trouble, and Quraysh, they capitalize massively on that. They get one, but immediately Quraysh, it seems like they've almost disappeared, because they are getting shut down. Now, what we can say though about Quraysh's position is that simple fact that as long as they keep hold of that fact, as long as they dictate the way they take these fights, they should be okay. But the reason I am scared about this is, you can see it's not really high ground, the cover isn't the greatest, so it really is going to come down to those gunfights for them to win. If they win it, then it's that much better. They get Clarity's position, they lose that pressure coming in from that southern angle, but if they don't, suddenly they'll find themselves in a spot where they'll be third party by QWERTY and could be shut down.
Oh yeah, and they are still, putting up a really interesting fight, getting the better of the players of Clarity over there, but their troubles don't just end over there, because even if they are done with Clarity, they still have to fight it out against QWERTY. And I think, it's a little bit of a, place where QWERTY was also involved in taking down Clarity out of the picture, as we finally find ourselves in a 4v4 situation with QWERTY having the clear advantage, with Destroyer and Wolverine having that little bit of a high ground. All they need to do is dish hell from up above, and if they can do some bombardments over here, then that is certainly going to help their cause. As Quraysh, they're trying to form a flank angle with Money, trying to, you know, sort of get away from his team using his bike. Clearly not working out well for him, as the players of QWERTY still trying to get any sort of a vision from that little high ground that they're enjoying right now, as the grenades and the molotovs just keep on coming.
Right now, Quraysh, they're stuck at the bottom of this cliff. They're stuck in a position where they can't really go forward into the circle, because then they get caught up by QWERTY. But they can't really move, because QWERTY, they have the knowledge of their position and are making sure they don't get caught out. So it's all about the mind games. It's all about how you play this circle and when it moves. And it is starting to move in now, creeping in onto all of these players. Bilal finds Khan. Still not finishing him just yet. Will mean that there is just that little bit of distraction, while Molly after Molly coming in from Destroyer sets up Quraysh for destruction, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade, and that's worth it for Quraysh. But for how long, that's the question. Now Bilal and Romeo, they're quite low, but so is Gravity, but he holds on. Destroyer finds the final finish, and just like that, it's winner-winner chicken dinner for Team QWERTY.
Yeah, I mean, Team QWERTY, all they had to do was just connect the final pieces of the jigsaw, and the much-awaited chicken dinner that all the Pakistani fans have been waiting from this team finally comes in, as with 9 finishes, Team QWERTY has managed to secure themselves a chicken dinner, and they're going to be really happy about it, right? Right from the very get-go, we did witness them taking control over that higher ground, and them having 2 of their players stationed in those bottom compounds really helped their cause in getting that chicken dinner, because for Quraysh, they were literally stuck between a rock and a hard place and could not make a lot of movements. They were sort of pincered down to that one little spot over there, and you know, despite that fact, they still managed to get the better out of Team Clarity, which is still a huge feat. And this second position also ensures the fact that we're going to be witnessing Quraysh Esports in the second Super Weekend, which sort of gets us into the conversation that one of the teams that has played the first Super Weekend will not be joining us on the second. But, you know, still a lot more to talk about, especially teams like Freestyle, right? So much to talk, because there was one particular situation. They were completely in a really, really bizarre situation, but they still managed to see it through. Instead, ended up getting 5 kills, along with finishing off at the 5th position. So, a lot to talk about them as well, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, that was finally the kind of a chicken dinner that Team QWERTY really needed, to be honest, because they've always been getting close. Yesterday also, we did see that little bit of a consistency coming out from their players, but they were not really aggressive, right? They were not really the QWERTY that we have known and loved, right? They did manage to get a 4th position finish, but with no kills. Then yesterday they got that final game in Erangel, a 3rd position with just 4 finishes. But today's chicken dinner has to be quite convincing for them. Did absolutely everything right. But for our MVP, we do have Clarity's 420 boy, who had a very instrumental role behind the elimination of Team SALTxi8.
Yeah, exactly. 420 boy in this situation, I think he played a beautiful role. It came down to him, you know, down to the wire. Almost all of his teammates were knocked out. It looked like SALTxi8 might capitalize on it, but he was able to pull it off. get 3 eliminations on board and secure, at least for clarity, that top half finish. And because of it, several eliminations as well. But really the diversity in these top 5 players, where you can see every single player from a different team, shows you how close that match was altogether. But what I love is also a point you mentioned, Fixes. We've got several of our bottom teams that didn't make it to the Super Weekend starting to perform much better. You get 4 eliminations from Harry from TmwEsports, Quraysh coming in the top 2, really, and North Esports already performing well yesterday. It looks like all potentially 4 of our teams that did not make it to Super Weekend 1 might make it to Super Weekend 2.
And that is completely gonna change everything, right? Especially for the teams who are in those bottom positions in the Super Weekend standings. But we do have a little bit of a comparison drawn between Team QWERTY and Quraysh Esports. Now, for Quraysh Esports, it had been a lot about taking a lot of fights, right? They were engaged in a lot of skirmishes with various teams, and as a result of which, we could clearly see, those 1458 points of damage clearly being more than what QWERTY did. But for QWERTY, again, the circle really benefiting them, or rather, blessing them with this chicken dinner, because considering the other teams, they really did not have to move much, right? Where they dropped off, they took that high ground. The Shrine Control had 2 of their players on the low ground, just being prepared. If the circle kind of tends to shift down the hills, you have that extra players watching out, at least taking control over the compound. As we take a look at the match summaries here, like you said, all the other teams, the bottom teams, are finally starting to step up, and I think TMW has done a very good job at that, along with Quraysh.
Yeah, really, and I think TMW now with these 11 points coming into board, it's not enough yet, but it's a strong first step towards making it to that top 16 mark, getting themselves on board for Super Weekend 2. And the way this is turning out, it looks like FMxR3D might be one of those teams that was in Super Weekend 1, might not make it to Super Weekend 2.
And that is going to hurt, but again, at the same time, it's gonna make things so much more exciting, see, because if you think in terms of the storyline, right, now 4 teams that have played the first Super Weekend might not be playing the second one, which gives the other teams a chance to bounce back. And by the time that we get to the third Super Weekend, I think that will clearly be the most important 2 league days of their lives, trying to qualify into the Super Weekend. And if you do not, then things completely backfire for you. But for Team QWERTY, I do not really think that any zone analysis is needed, because look at it here, right? They have been holding on to the epicenter right from minute 1 till the final moments of the game, and also did get the chicken dinner. So yeah, you could clearly see they did not even move a muscle there.
Yeah, and really though, that early rotation to get into the epicenter is what got them that final win. I believe they do like dropping at that bootcamp area, so the fact that they made it quite nice and early, prioritized their placement in the circle itself, it really did end up giving them so much damn value, because you could see across this entire multiple circles that we had, QWERTY were able to take the fight on their own basis. They were able to force teams into an unfavorable situation where the fight suited QWERTY a lot more, and that's why it really did end up being a beautiful affair. Even that fight against Team Grounders, for example, they sent gravity towards the center of the circle early to give back cover from a long range, where 3 players stayed back, where that ensured that they could eliminate Grounders and still have control of the center of the circle. So clearly QWERTY showing up with this Sanhok match today.
This is where it comes down to the fact that they clearly kept their basics right. But there's one team that I think has still not learned from their mistakes, as I'm gonna bring in Quantum Rage into the picture over here, because again a botation, and which hit them right back at the face. Now this time it was not SALTxi8. This time, in fact, it was Freestyle from the backlines, who were also on a little bit of a splish and splash over there in the waters, managed to get the better out of them. But as we take a look at the Oppo moments, ladies and gentlemen, quite in a similar fashion, did we get to see 52x Rage getting the better out of MetershotxSKY.
Yeah, and really, I think at this point, like, that's exactly that rotation we're talking about, right? Where after those initial fights between MetershotxSKY, 52x Rage, that rotation really managed to mess things up for quite a few teams, because I think because of that, then eventually H2V stayed a little far behind to try and shut them down. They got caught rather than going for the rotation, which they do regularly prefer in this fight, where freestyle they played it brilliantly. They did a lot of damage and managed to survive, and I think that's the reason we ended up seeing them come out towards the top half even. But really aided by TMW there in those long-range third-party situations. And I think one thing I am loving is the question that has been answered: what kind of Sanhok do we see from this Pakistani region? And the answer is just aggressive. I love it.
Yeah, right. Playing on aggressive, no two thoughts about it. But this little split from money, right, shows how desperate, how helpless Quraysh Esports were in that situation. Now, the ideal way of approach could have been, drop a few smokes off there, anticipate the players of Team QWERTY to be shooting through the smokes, and that is where you tend to get a knock or a two, and then they could have proceeded with what they wanted, that is to try and get onto the face of QWERTY and get the job done. But a little bit of a look at the damage graph, as we do have Quraysh, 52x Rage, Clarity, SALTxi8 dishing out some good number of damage. Everyone having 1,000 points over for themselves. But for teams like SALTxi8, it is still something that they can afford at this point, because they pretty much know that they've qualified, right? And winning or staying on top isn't really going to help you in getting any sort of considerations. You're not going to get any extra prize money for that. That is for the super weekends. Again, reserved every chicken dinner is worth $500, right? So that is something that SALTxi8 can be looking out for. But for now, I think all they want to do is take as many fights as possible. Now, talking about SALTxi8's fight against Rollin, yes, in fact against Clarity, yes, 420 boy proved to be a very important part of the squad, but it was Rollin who managed to get them that early break. As we take a look at the overall rankings, now things have started getting really up close, as QWERTY have completely diminished that gap that they had initially, and now they're just 10 points behind the leaders, that is SALTxi8.
Yeah, one big chicken dinner from Team QWERTY has really made that top half of the table quite close. Clarity as well jumping 2 spots with their fight win over SALTxi8, granting them that top finish. So now in that top half, you can see just a meager 10-point difference, as you pointed out, between first and fourth, and that really does make things spicy. But really, our attention goes towards this second half of the table. TMW with a 4-spot jump, leaving that danger area of the bottom 4, getting themselves into the 14th slot. The job isn't done, but this is a great start.
Yeah, and look at the teams that are on the bottom 4. The 4 teams that have played with us in the first Super Weekend, right? FMxR3D and Freestyle. At least for Freestyle, we can see the sun did rise from east to west today. Nothing really happening out of ordinary, considering the fact that they had their backs against the wall. They still did a pretty good job in trying to recover from the current situation that they were in, and I could not really ask for more from their side, right? They were surrounded by so many teams. They were outside the circle. Yeah. They made that rotation there. Did not work out, or maybe you could say worked out in on a little bit of a stretch, because we've got to search for those silver linings, right? Yeah. Maybe had they not gotten the rotation, they could have been eliminated early on while they were traversing inside the game, but inside the zone rather. But talking about the next game, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having Erangel out here for you guys, where teams from Group D will be sitting this one out. So QWERTY, after that, a little bit of a chicken dinner there. They can take a sigh of relief, as they will be sitting this one out along with MetershotxSKY, XGeneration, and Magnus Esports. Now, again, for a team like XGeneration, not really the kind of performance that they would have wanted to start their day with.
Most definitely not. Again, a team that did not make it to Super Weekend 1, they're going to want to make it right here in Super Weekend 2, because if they don't, then it's almost impossible to get qualification into the top 16 because of the simple fact that you're going to have to pull off a monstrous performance in Super Weekend 3, and that's assuming you even make it, because if you haven't made it to 2 Super Weekends, suddenly your chances start looking very dicey overall.
Yeah, I think that is something that they had really have to look forward to, because XGeneration, if they're not qualifying today, their journey in the PMPL is pretty much over. Because again, if you're qualifying for the PMPL, you would be wanting to be playing in even the bigger stages, right? Of course, the next one coming in will be the SA Championship, where few of the teams that is going to be announced. How many we still are unaware of, still unsure of. But once we get that update, we're gonna definitely tell you guys. Till then, you guys, of course, can hit that like and subscribe button on the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan official channel, and follow us on all our social handles. And while you're doing that, make sure you visit us as well. We're still doing our job late in the night for you guys, bringing in all the entertainment, all the action, as heading along into the map of Erangel CA. Now, prediction time. Who do you think is gonna come out over here? Or rather, let's make it a little bit easy. Who do you think from the bottom half is going to have a really good game in this one?
Ooh.
Not basically chicken dinner, also just a good game.
I think freestyle actually, because really I think for that team we saw a bit of a dicey start, yes, but the fact that they rallied back is giving me optimism. Plus, given the fact that they are way better in Erangel than they are in Sanhok in general, is going to be a huge point for them. But look at this flight path FA spot coming in from the eastern side, going downwards towards the Snovka, ending in the water almost. So clearly a flight path that should give us a western circle, but yesterday when we had a flight path like this, the PUBG Mobile gods decided to throw a reverse card and give us southern circle instead, so I wonder if that happens again.
Yeah, I mean, you really have caught on the pace with predicting circles right now, haven't you? Yeah, it is quite customary, right? When you tend to have these sort of trajectories, you sort of expect maybe a Gatka default circle happening in front of you. But, with the Pakistani PUBG Mobile gods, they always tend to surprise us, just throw us off the board with some really ludicrous zones forming out. And we have seen that throughout every single PUBG Mobile official tournament that we've had, as all the teams are going to be taking the plunge, would be looking forward to get to their desired drop spots as soon as possible with the vehicles, of course, and clarity. They've got to make a huge run for it. But this is the circle formed in front of us. Looks like a little bit of a lumberjack hills or a Milta circle. I think that is where it could possibly end at, or maybe it's been ages, CA, that I have last casted a Milta power zone, maybe towards the factories, maybe towards the power plant. So it's going to be exciting. But where do you think the circle is going to end in this one?
I would really like to see the Milta power circle end up coming out, but I do end up assuming that it will go towards farm and Milta instead, and that's where things will be a lot more standard. But what I am noticing, Fixes, is that with no MetershotxSKY in the lobby, I thought some of the team might go for the Nova Repnoid drop, but no team decides to do that. They stick to their standard drop locations, with the exception of Clarity actually, who seemingly just know every single time the circle is not going to end up western. They don't go for Georgiapol, they instantly change up their drop and go for Ferry Pier instead, and I love that little bit of adaptation that they have.
Oh yeah, I mean, I do as well, because heading towards Ferry, you sort of have that little bit of accessibility towards the port. Even if the circle tends to go down a little bit towards the south, you can afford to do that. Now, of course, Team Clarity, understanding the fact that Ferry is going to be vacant in this game, they did capitalize on it. So they're kind of being prepared for every single situation right in front of them, because of course Magnus, they're kind of sitting this one out, so they can really try and get the job done. But again, Clarity, we have seen them on multiple occasions. They tend to have this sort of a second plan in action always, right? We have seen those days where we had two players of Clarity dropping off at Ferry and two other players being dropping off at the Georgiapol city, where they initially like to drop around. So you could clearly say that they've got a lot of versatility coming inside their roster. They are quite flexible to all the changes that is needed, and they kind of do not shy away from taking a lot of risks, right? And that has been a good thing for them, at least so far, in this league day, where they're going to be setting eyes on playing their second super weekend.
Yeah, and really, I think in that regard, teams that did come in from the SA Championship, SALTxi8 and Clarity, have not disappointed. Clarity, they did have a bit of a mediocre Super Weekend, but I think that's okay for them. I think they're the sort of team that will peak mostly in the grand finals, not really in any particular day or Super Weekend overall. I think it's mostly because, as you said, they're a team that is always prepared. You know, they have the experience in the bag too of trying to make it to those next stages, trying to go further even and represent Pakistan on a global level almost. So I think in that regard, SALTxi8 and Clarity, they've certainly not disappointed. But one team that I wouldn't say disappointed, but more really fell off the wagon has been FMxR3D. Currently quite close to MetershotxSKY. I wonder if they can turn the tables, get that early fight in their bag.
You know, at this point, their confidence is going to be absolutely in tatters, right? Yeah. Because considering, you know, they just have 3 more games to go, and in 3 games, they at least need a chicken dinner here. So, you know, at this point, for the IGL, he's going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure, because he's got to make the right calls, because you cannot afford to mess things up, especially FMR3D not qualifying for the Super Weekend. You know, that is going to be a huge denture in their purpose, because FMR3D, we did see them coming in again as one of the invited teams, and you would not want them to be missing out. But MetershotxSKY, I think they have been looking really promising so far, right? Especially in this Super Weekend with 45 points. I think we can clearly say that they've made the cut, and they're gonna be with us, I think, along with Quraysh. So that sort of gives us 2 teams that did not play the first Super Weekend that will be with us in the second one. I mean, well, for a team like that, all right. I mean, a little bit of a, you know, technical issue out there, and we sort of are in the digital world, right?
Yeah.
These kind of problems tend to happen, but we are back with you, ladies and gentlemen, as 3x Esports. Now, this is one of those teams, you know, that I was really looking out for in the first week, right? First week, I really felt that, you know, they were getting, they were feeling the heat. And then in the Super Weekend, it was sort of excusable that, yeah, they kind of did manage to fluster up on multiple occasions. They've had their good games. But 3x Esports is, again, see, one of those teams that tends to step up in the late stages of the weekends or the league days that we do have. Even last time, if you remember, they managed to secure a chicken, which sort of ensured their place in the Super Weekend. Now, rightfully, under similar circumstances, but we do have a fight as TmW under heavy fire, as they've lost out on not just 1 but 2 members from their squad, and will now get it traded off by Reaper X, who in turn gets traded back. So the last player, Harry, surviving, he's got to make a run for his life.
Yeah, Reaper X has been down, and Harry, he's going to be have to making a tough call right now. Seems to want to go for the revive fixes rather than running away from this fight, and he might just pay the price, because God Fury, he's landing the spray. Now Harry taken down to just 30% of his HP. God Fury trying to make the push happen. Actually, no, backing off.
All right. I mean, they really want to play their cards right, because, of course, you know, at this point, they're not even at the best of the spots, right? They're somewhere struggling in the bottom half, and at this point, the last thing they can really afford is getting eliminated early on. They've gotten 3 finishes. They're happy about it. For now, for them, it is going to be all about the objectives, right? Which is over here in this situation, taking control over the Lumberjack Hills, and that is exactly where Harry is. And I must say, Harry has found the sweet spot, right? You can just hide behind these wooden logs, and you might at least try and survive for a longer period of time as the shift we're anticipated. It's quite even. It's sort of heading towards that Lumberjack Hills area. It is going to favor the teams like 3x, teams teams like, wait, I've got to take a look, and yeah, the teams like TMW as well. But TUF opening things up against Freestyle. Again, a very bad start for them.
Yeah, TUF just not finding the right ground. They ended off day 1 on a strong note, but we'll have to see if they can do it again. But it seems like they've turned it around actually. Fixes one vehicle elimination. They find Black as well. Wasi might just be getting down. But Malik, again, Malik is the one who turns it around. He did it in Sanhok. He's done it once again over here with the help of Wasi. Even though Freestyle lose 2 key members, Malik and Wasi survive. They eliminate TUF altogether and they hold on for dear life for Freestyle. And man, I have to say, Freestyle, they're getting it done, but they're getting it done by the skin of their teeth. It's a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, pretty scrappy, right? Yeah. And still, we're in the early phases of the game, and they're already, 2-player shot, and that is going to be such a detrimental factor for them, because now the way the circle has been sort of forming, right? It's going to be a really centralized circle, and a lot of teams have already found themselves good position inside the zone, and Clarity in a little bit of a pickle, as they are going to be having control over that warehouse over there, as Drolin does have a DMR though, but no scope to work around with.
Yeah, Clarity again, like you said, is a team that might just get caught out because the area they're in too, farm, they've got several teams around them. Yes, NorthEsports are the ones putting pressure under them right now, but you got 3x not too far away, Red side not too far away, Freestyle trying to make the rotation in the midst of all this. So really a team that is going to be feeling the pressure. We're talking about pressure right now. Freestyle, they're just like rats scurrying around trying to find their space in the sewers. Just not able to make it happen yet. But so far, even in Sanhok, they did exactly this. They scurry on somehow, they scrap it out somehow, and they stay safe. And they're still managing to do that. The question is, how many lives do they have? Because right now, it feels like they're a cat and they've got 9 lives, but surely that runs out at some point.
I could not be, explained better, CA, because Freestyle, they've got to play every little fight as if it is for survival. It is for the entry inside the second Super Weekend. And if they do, I think they've got to throw a special party for their hero right now. That has to be Malik, who did it in Sanhok and who's done it so far in Erangel. But it's too early for Freestyle to really count the chickens, right? Because they still have to make sure that they at least have a decent, respectable position finish with maybe 2 or 3 possible kills, right? If that kind of happens, then they can be in a good spot. With Malik, just finally breaking a little bit of a smile there. And why not? He deserves it, as the circle shifts right where 52x Rage find themselves in the heart of the zone as SALTxi8. It's going to be an interesting affair as to how they're going to get inside the zone, as they find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle against the players of Regicide, as Freestyle. These boys really need to hold on to their dear life, as the push has come in from MetershotxSKY, who are bombarding the compound over here as they find Wasi getting knocked out. It all comes down to the man of the hour, Malik. He's got to pull out a clutch of his life over here.
And it looks like he might just do that. On the other side, we got Clarity clashing in, bringing in the pressure against 3x. They've down 2 members. They're helping out Malik. And Malik is actually going for the aggressive move right now. He's managed to change his positions. holding on to a different corner, just changing up room by room, but now going down the stairs looking for the players of 3x. He finds out that there's no one at least in front of the stairs, but surely he's expecting someone else to be there. But I wonder, was that aggressive move even necessary? Because suddenly Freestyle, they're eliminated in the 15th spot, and all of that momentum gone out of the window from that scrappy finish they got in Sanhok, from the scrappy fight they were able to pull off against TMW in this map. And suddenly Clarity are looking to capitalize on what Freestyle started off and shut down 3x as well.
Oh yeah, of course, the Savages have arrived as Cronus. He's gonna be trying to spray and pray along with his M4, not really connecting the right shots, but Teampool breaking it up as he managed to get down the better out of Ali, as Cronus will get traded after securing a knock for himself. As Clarity, they are being shot out from elsewhere. The Hunters have again became the hunted, as H2E also chime inside the fight.
Oh my god.
As 3x survive, but H2E getting the better out of Clarity as they are now eliminated from this game.
And amongst all of this chaos, you got SALTxi8 coming in with the rotations from the Sosnovka Island. They're going to want a chunk of this action. Quraysh and H2E jumped up together to help out 3x and eliminate Clarity, but suddenly, because of those fights, they've been caught out. They haven't been able to make the move into the final circle, and SALTxi8 will look to make them pay. Now, it's a 1-for-1 trade in terms of knocks, but surely SALTxi8 will be able to get the better end of this fight, given the fact that we see only 2 players of Quraysh in that area.
Oh, now look at this situation here. 3x, the numbers have dwindled down to just 2. As Rex, he's going to take his chances with all the grenades. As he finally connects one with Cronus getting knocked out. As it all comes down to the final player surviving. That is Kaizen. Does manage to secure a knock, but he's got to get a few more along. As Dread, he's going to try to patch himself up because before he gets himself into the midst of the action. As Kaizen is going to be trying to pull off a few acrobatic moves out there, which clearly did not work out, as H2E get better out of 3x Esports as they get out of this game, as Uzum continues his onslaught with a knock. But gets traded by Romeo, who gets traded as well.
It's trade for trade coming down to the final few players who are still left standing for these few teams. Now, Uzum is actually the only player who's been down for SALTxi8, but on the other hand, for the side of Quraysh, they've already had one player eliminated in Adi OP. Bilal and Romeo are down. In fact, Bilal has been finished by the play zone as well, leaving Mani with little hope with respect to what he can pull off, especially given the fact that he is far away, nowhere close to his teammate.
Yeah, and you know, this is where even Regicide have joined the party. So a lot of third parties are visible in this particular game of Erangel, as Mani. He's going to try to keep himself alive in the 4th circle itself, you know, going for a heal battle, as well, Romeo finally loses out on his dear life, gets eliminated. SALTxi8 still secure that important points for themselves over there. As Quantum Bridge really holding one of the best spots because their backlines are clear. They have a Ridge to play around with. All they've got to hope is that the circle to be more merciful in the next shift.
Yeah, exactly. And really for Quantum Rage, it's all about holding on here, because I think with the point, the way their points are as well, they're around the 30-point mark. So a single decent performance here in Erangel will secure their spot in the Super Weekend number 2. And you don't really want to see them missing out, considering the fact in Super Weekend 1, they were the team for 2 days of that Super Weekend. They were leading the charts in terms of points. So a team that a lot of fans expect to see, and it seems like they will deliver once again. But H2E, talking about delivering, going in for the aggressive move. They've got Fury isolated. His team is nearby to try and provide backup, but they're all outside this compound. So God Fury, he's just going to have to play this very smartly and either get out or pull off a 1v2.
You know, but the H2E, they are playing with very thin margins as they get knocked out, as 2 of the players do fall, and this is where Star can look at pushing at their direction and make sure they get the finishes for their team, as God Fury does get that 1 point for himself. As Regicide from the backlines, they are also going to be joining the party, as God Fury, he's going to be preparing a grenade, as will decide to retreat want to secure a better spot, but Voltrux, a little bit of a movement from that western side has been spotted out by the players of Star as God Fury gets taken down. This could be a huge opening for Regicide.
Yeah, now look at this. The way Regicide are positioned as well. It's not like they're in the safest of situations, but it does mean that they can hold on to the edge of their circle right now and really just push forward for a finish, because again, a team that needs those points desperately as much as they can, and using those points get themselves into the Super Weekend, because they are one of those teams that is in the bottom half of the table with respect to the Super Weekend points. So if they don't make it, they will instantly be under threat by the teams who do end up making it. But talking about Super Weekend right now, FMxR3D is a team that has been under a lot of trouble. They've already lost one player in this lobby right now, Fixes, but they're trying to make the early rotations happen so that they get into the circle, but they've got Team Grounders to deal with.
Oh yeah. And so far it's been a good game for FMR3D. Yes, of course, they've lost out on one of their members, but three of them are still alive. And this is where, you know, it all comes down to them. They've got to have a really good game at that, as Hacker, the last player surviving, still managing to dish out some massive amount of damage as God Fury has been taken out of the picture. Now for Star, the biggest objective will of course be trying to eliminate Hacker and make sure that they get God Fury back on his feet. As Hacker, he's going to rely up on all the first aid that he has at this moment, because the fifth circle is going to be dishing out some massive damage as Hacker successfully manages to steal a point over here as he gets that finish. But how is he going to make it inside the circle? CA.
Oh, it certainly looks extremely difficult for him. I think he might just choose to engage in heal battle at this point. Maybe catch out a couple other stragglers. Force out teams like Star to stay back, but never mind. Hey, none of that is the case. Usama does clean him out, but not before SUE did a nice chunk of damage, 5 eliminations to their name, and given the fact that this is a team towards the top half, they won't be as concerned as compared to FMxR3D, who are trying to catch out Star right now. They do a huge chunk of damage to one player. They've knocked God Fury. Can they find more?
Oh yeah, definitely, as the shift is on towards the hills a little bit. SALTxi8, Crypto enjoying himself a little bit of a high ground. Will try and, you know, just pepper down few shots onto its Voltrox, who eventually is just caught out right in the open and would get shredded into pieces. FMR3D, they're also eliminated at the 9th spot, CA, with no finishes into the hand, and Star will be the team that takes them out of the lobby, wipes them for the better good, and things have just gotten so horrible for them as not a lot of games remain. In fact, just 2 being the exact number, as Crypto, exposing a little bit of himself, will be punished for trying to think of something like that. Blade on really low HP, as he might get finished off as well. But before that, he does make sure he gets the better out of Pharaoh.
And Star really looks like the team to beat in this lobby right now with, of course, SALTxi8, but they've lost a few key members. 9 eliminations to Star's name already. It seems like they're just going to keep adding on to that regard, and every team seems to want to take a chunk out of them. Team Grounders are going for the spray into that smoke, trying to find Star, but they don't till Mr. Black actually connects a few shots and downs Hunk yet again. But Star, so far, despite those downs, they've usually managed to hold on. The question is, can they do it again?
You know, how long even can they do it? Will also come into play. But taking a look at how the circle has really panned out, none of the teams, you know, making it inside the circle. And look at the zone, right? It's so out in the open. Just a few little ridges to play around with, as now Quantum Rage finally decide to make a move from the shorelines. Will fall down to Avenger, who manages to get that knockout as he keeps on continuing with the spray, as he's gonna push on along with Zamin from the eastern side, as Quantum Rage prepare to make a defensive hold as they keep on getting eliminated. But hold on, Shapatar from the backlines gets the better out of MetershotxSKY, throws them out of lobby, and 2 teams just in the blink of an eye have been wiped out.
Exactly, just in the blink of an eye, instantly 2 teams taken away, and SALTxi8 as well. following in that regard. And it again seems like Salt is a team to beat Fixes, because despite us wondering how long can they hold on, they do hold on. They've got Hunk back on his feet. They have the vehicles to make the rotation into the circle, and they are going to be the team that gets in towards that central area possibly first, and they're going to have a reward waiting for them there. But it seems like the castle curse has struck, because Mr. Black will take him down. But Zen, the lone standing member of 52x Rage right now, helps Star out. He shuts down the aggression onto Star with the knock coming through on Team Grounders. Now again, a player from Star downed. Surely this time they will get finished.
You know, it's going to be so interesting because, him coming in, especially Zen, trying to completely spoil the equation over here, but clearly can witness the Grounders having a really promising position. A little bit of a high ground advantage over there, as they've got a lot to play around with. Zen taking a plunge from up above, trying to dish death and destruction. Gets annihilated at 52x, take an exit at the 4th spot as the final 3 teams remain. And this is where the Grounders want to hunker inside the zone, deals a massive amount of damage at the players of Team Star, who sort of are caught in a very, very bad position, and they're being shot from 2 different directions with 4v-TFT from the lower ground. Well, Ahmed has been spotted, and despite that, manages to get the better out of Kurama, who is gonna meet his makers if Jigsaw does not make it in time.
The spray is coming in. He finds Jigsaw as well. Leon OP and Ahmed right there, combining to shut down Team Grounders completely. And Shapatar is the last member standing. Fixes it doesn't seem for too long, because he's in a very dicey spot with respect to the circle as well. Now Star, they've lost 2 players. They have 1 player down. Zyro J is the only player standing. So it seems like 4v-TFD, they've stayed safe for all this time. They've stayed quiet all along, and they are now in control of this circle, and a great chance for them to find the winner chicken dinner. But can they do it? We'll have to see, because Team Grounders, they get themselves back on feet actually. Shapatar comes through with the revive on Jigsaw. He's trying to get away with barely any HP, and he does do so, while Jigsaw does end up getting traded out. So I'd say a great hero effort from Shapatar, but was it necessary is the question, because now he's caught out.
Yeah, and his position absolutely compromised. But look at Zyro J resorting to the healing battle, finally out of medicines to work out. Will fall down to 4v-TFT as they are eyeing out on that much needed, much crucial chicken dinner, as it is Shapatar who just stands in the way, just spraying in a wild fashion, as will get taken down. And 4v-TFT have earned themselves one of the most important winner chicken dinner over here. CA propelling themselves right at the 5th spot.
Huge chicken dinner squad for VTFD. For Star as well, a great performance overall. I believe they got 9 or 10 eliminations. So basically, very close in terms of points, like 21, 22 points for them coming through. So really, these teams that we were expecting today, they're not necessarily at the top, picking up those early chicken dinners. We saw it in game 1, but once again seeing it in match 2 right here as 4v-TFD pick up the winner chicken dinner, and they make certain of the fact that they're not going to be one of the few teams to miss out on Super Weekend 2 after making it to Super Weekend 1, because it certainly looks like teams like FMxR3D, teams like Freestyle, again in trouble. And it's really the curse of the F, man. I said it yesterday. F for FMxR3D, F for Freestyle.
And it's all here. It is all here with our second week, with FMR3D. I mean, initially they were looking really good. They had a good rotation going on, but this circuit, it was quite uncommon, right? We have seen these sort of zones form, but on really rare or uncommon occasions, I must say. And the circle ended right out in the open, right? 4v-TFT, very thankful with that little bit of a circle shift out there, because so many teams had trouble getting inside. And not just that, it was so open, right?
Yeah.
We saw so many third parties happening, a lot of teams capitalizing on 2 of the teams engaging, and a third team comes in, where we did see, Freestyle getting eliminated over there. Malik tried to do whatever was possible as 3x really charged at them, and then suddenly we saw the players of Clarity just coming at their direction, and then we had another team. I believe it was Regicide who sort of wiped them out of the picture, and then managed to get the better out of 3x. A lot of action has happened, a lot of drama has happened, so much to discuss, but after this short little break. Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, what a game of Erangel it was, Blotter, watching from the sidelines. Anything else, anything that you want to bring to the, bring it out for the audience who did not really expect 4VTFT to be winning, certainly, because I was also not expecting. But hey, they got it, it was theirs, and now they have sort of secured their spot inside the first, in the second Super Weekend.
Definitely, and that of course is a cause for celebration, of course, because this team, they have, I mean, from the first league play day that we saw them, they have been on that bandwagon to try and be consistently improving themselves, and that is something that they have been able to find their own unique play style of, and that of course that again is one of those very cheeky ones, but again it works out for them, and that's all that matters in the end. And of course, as you so perfectly mentioned, those points are going to be helped in their cause, but again, this is going to be a very, very crucial day for this team.
Yeah, I think certainly, right? 4v2FT, they have managed to establish themselves, I think, at a really good spot. I think in the overall rankings, I saw them at 5th. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be making it. But there are a lot of teams whose lives are hanging on thin margins, right? Especially teams like FMxR3D Freestyle, but we're going to talk about them a little bit later. The Grounders really made a quite a good comeback inside this game, because they were also the ones who were being who were under the heat, right? Who were taking a lot of pressure on their heads, and this little game, on them 15 points will give them a slight cushion as they also try to cement their position in the top 16.
Absolutely, and that is again a cause for celebration for the side of the Grounders, because you remember initially when we were just getting introduced to these teams in the first week itself of the league play days, that is when we did talk about Grounders, and the conversation did not seem that fair and well in their favor because of their play style. But over the period of the Super Weekend, all of these teams, they've suddenly grown, and they've grown quite a chunk in just 3 days.
Oh yeah, they've done quite a lot, I must say, right? Working on their mistakes. But if you take a look at the match summary, right? Shapatar being the one who dished out the highest amount of damage, and it could have been possibly anybody's game, right? It all came down to the circle. Had the circle shifted towards that high ground where the Grounders were holding on to that spot, this could have been their chicken dinner. But the highlight team of this game has to be Star, considering those 10 elimination points that they have accumulated for themselves. Also have made sure of the fact that they're going to be joining us in the next Super Weekend to come. As right now I'm looking at TMW, FMxR3D, Quraysh Esports, Clarity. Well, Clarity seem to have qualified, but for Regicide, the teams like 3x, things are not looking as juicy as you would want.
True, definitely true, and that is where my eyes were also being brought down to us as you were talking about Star, because as we look onto the bottom of that leaderboard, we still are faced with these very well-known teams, dare I say invited teams as well, right? I mean, this is not the way that we anticipated. I mean, not only for them, okay, let's talk about Clarity as well, just to be fair and square. Let's talk about Freestyle as well. I mean, yes, they have been trying, definitely, but over that first Super Weekend coming to an end, the momentum that was going in those teams' favor have completely dried out.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we're witnessing that a little bit of a dynamic change in how the teams have been playing, right? There is no certainty that only a single team will be performing. And in the open moments, of course, SALTxi8 again just living up to their aggressive mantra. Every single squad that they spot out, they tend to go after them, right? As H2E, they also tried whatever they could, right? Huge commends, huge props to Hacker for surviving for quite a longer time. But look at FMxR3D, they just got clobbered down, man-slaughtered with that vehicle. And like we were just saying, in a blink of an eye, they got eliminated, right? That is not going to be good news for them, because now Lakshay, they just have 2 games to work along with, and they have to get a chicken dinner in one at the very least in order to make sure that they still have a dying chance of making it to the second super weekend.
Boy, oh boy, that is going to be a miracle if that ends up happening, because the way that we have seen the side of FM play in these past few days, it is just not looking like they're going to be able to make it. But again, we do know that there's a very well-known team. There are very well-experienced players, so we can maybe anticipate. But yeah, when you look at that numbers, right, the numbers are not looking in their favor. Getting that many points in the games that are left, it is going to be very next to impossible, I would say.
Yeah, I think with every single game coming to a conclusion, the hopes of the bottom 4 teams seem to be languishing.
Yeah.
But taking a look at the damage graph, pretty much, for the top 7 teams that we have, they've got some decent numbers, right? A majority of them have come in through when the teams, these were all the teams that, except SALTxi8, these were all the teams that had stationed themselves at a better situation, at a better position inside the circle. All they had to do was look out for the moving vehicles, take a spray at them. If it worked, it certainly contributed to the to the damage numbers that they do have. But clearly, the one team that has maintained a rightful balance has to be Team Star, with 1378 points of damage, have managed to collect 10 kills out of here.
Absolutely. Team Star, no two ways about it. They have definitely been the rock of consistency when it comes down to this league till now, definitely. On the other front, if you talk about a team that has tried to make a stride against the side of Team Star to be that sort of consistent play, is going to be from the side of H2E, I want to say. But not only H2E, because H2E had those ups and downs, and same, of course, was the case for the Grounders as well. They had those ups and downs as well, but both of these, I would say, are contesting to try and be as consistent as Team Star.
Yeah, look at SALTxi8, right? They've started to get a little bit of a lead over there. You're starting to, just steer off from the crowd. But QWERTY and 4VTFT, they have played 1 game less. So clearly 4VTFT climbing 7 points after getting a chicken dinner in this matchup shows how closely contested this entire affair is. But Team Star, I think this is quite a huge plunge for them as well. Jumping 8 points, right from the brinks of getting eliminated, suddenly find themselves having a little bit of a cushion with 2 games remaining.
Well, I mean, I'm now going to be keeping my keen eyes towards Quraysh Esports. I mean, they're sitting on that 10th position. They know that the points that they've been able to accumulate are 40. They're very, very close to any of the teams, either from above or below, to be able to cross over them. And so I definitely want to keep my eyes out towards the side of Quraysh as to what sort of strategy will they be applying in the remaining games of the day. Will they be wanting to take a passive approach, or are they going to be going out to take on the aggressive stance, to take on the fights to the face? Where, again, I mean, we've seen the side of 3x try to do that. Sometimes it works. They get wonderful elimination points and chicken dinner, and sometimes it completely falters down. So a tricky situation for that side for Quraysh as well.
For FMxR3D, it has been such a downhill run this particular week, right? Same could be said for Freestyle. Look at how they've not been able to get enough position and kill points for themselves. Now clearly struggling. Both these teams just have those final 2 games to play with, XGeneration and 3x Esports having that extra 1 game advantage over them. But all these teams, they have to make it count, right? Because now for the Grounders also, it was such an important game, this one, because had they not secured that second spot over here, they would also been struggling for survival over there, and the difference is not too much, right? The
Right.
difference between how the teams have been, how far these teams are from each other, it's not too much. One
True.
two good games and they're right in, but for few teams it is just those two last games remaining, as now we head into yet another really baffling matchup of Sanhok, where we will have the teams from Group C sit it out. FMR3D, TUF, Team Star, and the Grounders. Lakshay, they're not going to be joining us for this one. They are going to be
Yep.
playing the final two games. So it's going to be really crucial, because now we do have QWERTY, MetershotxSKY, XGeneration, and Magnus Esports again back into play, where again tending to head on towards Sanhok, and the first thing that comes to our mind here.
Well, yes, definitely. Chaos Theory definitely gonna get ensued right off the bat in the game, and that is, in a way, I would say it's a boon for these teams, because Sanhok is one of those maps that's seldomly played, or if at all it is played in tournaments, it's very selectively played, right? So there are still so many different ways that you can utilize that to your advantage. If you're a
Yeah.
team that is sitting at that bottom of the leaderboard, you have nothing to lose, you have everything to prove. So that sort of a map coming in, and that to two opportunities, if you've got the maps remaining, then yeah, that's definitely a boon, is what I would say.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, right now over here, the first thing I personally would be looking forward to is that little bit of a skirmish happening in the Paradise Resort, right?
Oh
Now
yeah.
imagine you're taking a vacation, you tend to get into the most luxurious hotel possible. They
Right.
get the most luxurious resort, try to go out and have a really good time with your friends, and suddenly you realize the moment you arrive, you've got unfriendly neighbors who are
Uh-oh.
quite risky about your behavior and would want to just thwart you off. And that has been the
Damn.
case. That has been the case, and it has been a really, really bittersweet rivalry going on between MetershotxSKY and 52x Rage. Now, again, I'm not going to be asking you really difficult questions here. This most simplest one of the lot. Who do you think is going to win it out this time?
Between these two,
Yeah.
none of them.
You think both are gonna walk off, stare off in their own
Yep.
wee paths?
Yep,
Because
yep.
the first game of Sanhok, they went up against each other, and the same storyline, Lakshay, continued with 52x Rage losing out on their one player, but after that, they somehow managed to turn the tables around
True.
and managed to take down MetershotxSKY for the better good. So it's going to be really interesting if MetershotxSKY would eventually succeed, would eventually tend to wipe out 52x Rage, because they've constantly been a thorn in their path to success, to glory in Sanhok. But as we could clearly see, all the players do have their game faces on. As we head in again to the rainforest of Sanhok, I have prepared my pina colada. Lakshay, what about you? Have you got your drinks on?
Well, that is a sad story. That should not be asked. That question should not be asked to me, because I have had an injury, and yeah,
Oh.
I am not allowed to have any of those cold or hot drinks as of now. But still on that recovery, and this is where PUBG Mobile just definitely helps out quite a lot. Takes your frustration away from all of that pain and just delivering it out in pain as you walk, as you talk and cast.
As taking a look at this flight path trajectory, well, first of all, my eyes are going to be searching out for where the zones are going to form, because last time it was a really, really baffling western circle which QWERTY capitalized on, and
Right.
they made that really quick early movement to get that shrine area for themselves, right? As I can already hear gunshots, and well, am I
Uh-oh.
surprised? It is again 52x Rage going up against MetershotxSKY, with Kian having a little bit of a high ground advantage, trying to utilize that terrain in to his favor as 52x Rage. Now they are looting with each other as a whole knit unit, right? Now this could completely help their cause if they can find out maybe Ash isolated from his team and get that first important knock.
It is definitely possible, and it seems like the information has been delivered to Pharaoh right now, and Pharaoh, of course, will be retaining that, letting his teammates know as well. But again, I mean, I am surprised that these teams still have the audacity to bring themselves up against each other for a mere fight, rather than not worry, or rather not worry about the final goal that is at hand. And that was what I was thinking. I honestly was thinking that, and in fact, to be very blunt about it, I was thinking from MetershotxSKY's position, that they will be the ones who will come to their senses and be like, you know what, we don't want to be part of this egoistic fight. We have better things to do. We have better things to do on the map. But I guess I was wrong. I definitely was wrong, because again, I mean, in favor of 52x Rage, one thing that comes to my mind is they pushed on Clarity Esports, and within 30 seconds, the entirety of Clarity 4 players were eliminated.
Yeah, and you know, this has sort of been happening for a while right now.
Right.
52x Rage, right? This is one of the teams that you know, are a little bit confused right now, because taking a look at how their setup is, Lakshay, you've got Pharaoh and Zen on the back lines, right? Maybe they're watching out for a few of the teams that tend to third party
They're
on
the flankers.
various occasions. You know, they're kind of making sure that they've got their backlines covered. While the
Right.
other remaining two, right, Daku and Faster, they are, you know, just fighting around the lion's den over here, as the players of MetershotxSKY, they aren't moving a muscle, right? They are still, and they're just waiting for 52x Rage. Both of these teams just waiting who is going to be making those proactive movements, right? Who's going to be trying to get some information, as the zone is right in front of us, and which could potentially be another another Western circle. Now, if it comes down to that, I think teams like North Esports and 4v already have the upper edge. But the teams that, well, we really want to succeed, you know, teams like Freestyle, they are going to have to traverse such a long way, you know, and look at how many teams they've got to face while they
Exactly.
make their way inside the circle. So, quite understandably, why they went in for that little bit of a rotation out there in the previous Sanhok game, and they had to pay the price for it.
Absolutely, the ultimate one indeed, and that is the kind of gamble that you end up taking on a map like Sanhok, where you do know that traveling is going to be tricky, and as soon as you bring yourself down to the decision that, all right, it is going to be a water rotation that we can make, and each and every player is almost always like, oh god, please let this one go. But it's always not easy, because the teams, they're all so very well experienced. So we've seen that a couple of times. I mean, to name a few, it was SALTxi8 who were the ones where the military base was the final zone, and they already knew in the fourth zone itself that there will be one or two teams that will be trying to make that water rotation, and they stuck their necks out, waited for the blue zone, and ended up finding a team making that water rotation and completely stopped them in the track. So those sort of mind games are also possible, but definitely majority of the times they're not going to be possible, because the lobby, it is so very well experienced. They're able to read their opponents that easily.
Oh, look at this. You know, Gravity really getting impatient over there, wanted to go after Romeo YT, and that is something that Quraysh was waiting for, right? They did anticipate, you know, of course, they wanted to gain some good compounds, and this could be one. Now, they are really, you know, really thinking of the fact that the zone is not going to take a Western shift, but Wolverine does
Dude,
have Ali in his crosshairs, all aimed up, and
Ali's a lucky man.
should understand that he's hitting the shots at the you know, walls of this little compound he's holding on to, and this does not make any sense, right? You need to take those shots once you're 100% sure that you're gonna get a knock and a finish right after that, because if you're not doing that, you're just basically wasting your ammunition away.
And given away the information as well. That is so very
Yes.
true. But I mean, that shot, definitely he took his time. I honestly thought that that shot would definitely connect. But at the same point in time, I remember that, you know, when it comes down to 3x's player early, that dude has come out of some thick and thins in the league days, as well as the wonderful plays that we've seen him make. But well, today again, being one of his lucky days, he will be given his, I don't know, ninth life, 19th life.
I mean, we of course have had you know, a little bit of a chat with CA about the 9 lives that that cats possess. But you know, do you really think that is the case, or
I
is it
mean,
just a mere saying? I mean,
since the time I've been born until date, there have been so many Batmen and so many Batwomens. They're definitely possible, dude. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Definitely.
let us know what
Confident.
you guys think in the
100%
chat.
confident. I've
I
got
mean,
comics to prove it.
So this sort of takes me back to my childhood days where I used to watch a lot of entertainment wrestling, right? WWE, as in that matter of fact. And
Right.
someone did say Undertaker had 7 lives. And I, as a kid, used to religiously believe that maybe that was the case. He is
Right.
back from the dead. Up until the point, that's the worst part about growing up, right? When reality really strikes and there's nothing else but disappointment.
The fondness, the appeal, the
Yeah.
magicalness of every single day kind of just shimmers away, and you're just like, all right, mate. Yeah, yeah, it's all good. Let's move on to the next one. What are we eating, by the way? That's where the conversation lead to. But nevertheless, as we move on through, this is where every single time when you move on in from one fight to the next in the battleground, you are going to be looking at not what you're eating, but what you're given to your opponents. And well, once again, that stalemate situation that we had left a couple of minutes ago at Paradise Resort is still continuing on, and XGeneration finding Cairo out of the blue, and Cairo again being none the wiser because he was surrounded. From one side was TmW, and not entirely sure where his teammates are.
Oh, yet again, Kian just breaking the lull inside the Paradise Resort. Will get the better out of Faster as he goes on. No, I really felt, this was sort of coming, right, at some point or the other, because 52x Rage, they've been
Right.
trying out the same old strats against MetershotxSKY, and they're sort of anticipating that to happen. And they were just waiting
Hmm.
for the right opportunity to strike, and once they had it, they took their chance and got that opening kill. But Magnus, right now, want to get up close and personal against the players of XGeneration who have managed to open up their team, getting that one finish secured. And that is clearly not a good news for them as they're really angry at this point. But taking a look at how Magnus, or rather what their intention are, they want to engulf XGeneration like an amoeba,
Exactly.
at least from 3 different directions. As
Whoa.
Mom 2, you can see he's creeping up, but Bashir, he's heard all those whistles made in the grass, as now they're going to be right in front of each other. Bashir understanding, Mom 2 getting in really up close and personal,
Dude.
will deliver the knock and the finish along with it, which completely halts Magnus's approach of trying to engage in a fight. Now they have to look at a possibility to disengage from this
Yep.
entire situation.
Exactly. After having revealed their position, now they're going to have to disengage definitely because the numbers advantage have just completely dwindled away from their side. And Adil finding himself in this precarious situation, we shall have to see if the X Generation's players are going to want to wait to get that elimination confirmed. Because again, I mean, both these teams, they need these points. Every single elimination point counts, along with, of course, the placement points. And that is exactly what Magnus's players are going to be rooting for. As we can see, they're waiting. They're just waiting for their prey to.
Where, you know, Bashir could be revived, but the question remains, Adil, he is bloodthirsty, right? He's hungry right now. All he can see is Bashir and his body and his elimination point coming to him. But this is a moment of truth, right? Whether the circle is going to be heading off to the central island, or is it going to take a shift? And a shift is what I had initially called for, Lakshay, as now. Not the esports. Now, this is their game to lose, quite literally, because they possibly have the best possible position
Oh,
inside the
yes.
zone. All they've got to do is just play their cards right, as the dog managing to spot out Respect, but it is going to be Thug who gets the knock, as Adil just giving away his position as XGeneration. They're going to be making a move right now. They've got to try and save JD at the very least, as Dog prepares himself, trying to cook a nade, but not in the right direction, as JD tries to just crawl and come towards his teammate to get that revive, as Reviews gets taken down from the behinds, as Pan is the one who's going to be opening the fight up against SALTxi8.
Well, Team H2E also chiming in and taking on those wonderful aggressive stances that are required from the side of these teams, and they now actually find themselves at a comfortable position to be able to take on these sort of fights. Otherwise, earlier we would have seen them completely fallen back. Already would have fallen back. But yeah, this is the different H2E that we're witnessing, and this week onwards, I do believe that this team is going to be bringing wonders this season in PMPL. But along with that, SALTxi8 is the team that they're up against. A team that had everybody bewildered as to what has gone wrong with SALTxi8 in the first week. And then 2 days is all it took for them to gain back that glory during the Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, but look at H2E just charging, unaware of Quraysh Esports' presence, and they are surely going to be capitalizing on it as money opens up. The knock and will get the finish as Blade. He's going to chime in as well as H2E from a really good position. They have been brought down to the final two players, and Pan, how is he going to find himself out of this situation alive? I barely can bank upon his chances, as he is quite literally stuck between a rock and a hard place, as Review somehow gets eliminated. A little bit of a Mexican standoff in front of us over here, ladies and gentlemen, as Uzum will get that res back up from his teammate Crypto, but Blade on really low HP. What can he do? Gets knocked out.
Gonna have to wait. He's gonna have to wait out in the open. On the other front, as you talk about a team that really need these points, it is this one. Quraysh, this is a team that definitely, I mean, also not only that, they've utilized the information so perfectly. They've got one of the players sitting back and holding on to that compound to give that sort of a cover and an edge to the fight if it all things go south for the mans who are on the ground, right? The three dudes who were up there. But now again, I mean, they do realize that the zone has got up to them, and they do need to get into the comfort of the zone first, and then will move on to try and get those elimination points, thus giving a second chance to the side of SALTxi8 as well as H2E.
For now, I really want to come down to freestyle. I was taking a quick gander at the map feed, and they've made it, a successful rotation going in for them, as we do have another fight. This time it's going to be 3x going up against 52x Rage, as Adi, he's trying to get himself in the circle, as Quraysh are going to be under heavy fire, as Adi's pickup truck is taking quite a lot of shots, but still somehow he manages to get himself to some cover for himself. Absolutely. As 52x Rage, they're looking, they have their eye set at Ali, but SALTxi8 are really trying to get the best out of the situation. They're making a run for their life.
They definitely are trying. And every single turn and nook and corner that they find, they get an opportunity to be able to just keep on running a little bit more. But with that, we've got 16 teams surviving, and look at how 4v I mean, you spoke about them as they were getting themselves acclimated into the zone itself, and now look at them hunkered down on those rocks. This is where they have the information, and alongside that, just a few minutes ago, we did see 52x Rage just gunning for the players of 3x, but 3x realized, and now it is once again a stalemate situation that these teams are going to be facing against each other. But I believe it's a 3v2 situation, correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. Now with Ali exposing so much out of himself, now Pharaoh does not have a lot of heals to work around with. He has to get inside the circle. It's the 4th zone, so we'll be dishing out a substantial amount of damage, as XGeneration's Thug gets both of the players of SALTxi8 over here and eliminate them at the 16th spot. They're the first teams to get wiped out, as Kaizen will be dishing out some good amount of damage, as Pharaoh will get that final finish on Ali, as he would be looking at a few heals over there. Is he going to find anything at all, as Kaizen gets his revenge with a grenade, knocking out Pharaoh out of picture. Now Daku and Zen, it's going to be so interesting as to how they're going to do, how they are really going to get themselves out of this situation. Are they going to give all the healing utilities away to one of the players, and the other one makes a run inside the circle, as Ibyan just walks in, eyes closed, as JD will for sure get the better out of him, gets a knock, as Teen Wolf would also want to chime in, but in turn gets Team Quantum Rage eliminated out of this game. As Quraysh, they're still fighting to get inside the zone, as Zen will finally put a closure on Kaizen, as 3x We've got to see what can they do from around here.
Well. This is going to be very, very difficult position for the side of 3x. On the other side, as we look onto our screens itself, 52x Rage a few minutes ago, they were almost at the brink of annihilation, and they came back stronger. And definitely, I mean, they took on that fight perfectly against the players of 3x, and now they are just momentumly pushing on through to confirm that many more points for them. And the same is the case for the side of TMW. But once again, I mean, yes, you've taken on those fights, but they have to realize that it is a bit too late. But then again, I have to commend their approach that they're not accepting defeat. You know, they are still trying to synergistically push on along from one zone to the next to get as many points as they can.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, they certainly would want to. But I really like the compound that Freestyle have held on to as MetershotxSKY. They have been eliminated by Team TmW, a much needed wipe for them, ensuring that they've collected a few points for themselves as Gravity fighting with life and death over there, living life really on the edge of the blue zone. Has he made it inside the circle? That's going to be a question, but no, the play zone gets the better out of him as Snow lies knocked out, but Maxi will reach up to him and would want to get that rest back up, because for VTFT they have been causing so much trouble for all these teams from the higher grounds. But bear in mind, Lakshay, the moment this circle shifts away from them, a lot of teams do have that vendetta that they're going to be holding against this particular squad, who did manage to secure a chicken dinner in the last game, really upholstering their confidence, their morale, as Maxi jumps from up above. Is he gonna survive the fall? Seems like he did.
Yep, he did, or maybe he didn't. No, he did. He definitely did. And but then again, he gave himself up to the enemies, I think, because they were just right in front of him. Not entirely sure if he had any chance to even showcase any bullets to his opponents. But yeah, that was not anticipated, but definitely a unexpected turn of events for him. But as we move on through, well, it seems like he has gotten the cover of the log, actually. So the enemy has not really bounced on him yet, and of course he still needs to be careful, because it's not only TmW, but onto one side there was the one final player of Magnus Esports as well. So he's in a tricky situation for North Esports player Maxi. But he will not be stopped, and look at him go.
Oh, there you go. Khan getting just the better out of Maxi, hearing those footsteps in the near corner. But take a look at the circle shift, completely just falling into the laps of North Esports. Now, we did make this call, right? This is clearly North Esports' game to lose, but they've already lost out on two of their players, as Ahmad really just trying to tap through those single fire shots, not helping his cause, as Freestyles, they're going to be marching their way inside the circle. One of the players has already made it, as Zameen, he's got his eyes onto it. The players of H2E will get the better out of Hakar, as Pan still yet to move a muscle, but Zameen is well aware of his presence over there, as Snow still keeping a strict watch, making sure that none of them pass through. But it's going to be Khan who instead gets the final laugh, as Team H2E, they have been eliminated at the 6th spot.
Well. Now we've got 5 teams remaining. Of course, the king of this mountain is going to be the name of Snow, along with his teammate Zemin, but they are out in the open, and they are actually outnumbered as well from so many different angles. And it is going to be a tricky affair for the side of North Esports to be able to maintain this sort of a position and lead for themselves. On the other front, TmW, I mean, they have definitely been playing their cards, right? Look at that. Just a couple of minutes ago, we were looking at them getting that first blood situation for their side, and now, just in 10 minutes later, they are looking pretty comfortable with 7 elimination points, and still not yet wary as they push on through to get more points. But for VTFD, that team is resilient, dude. They're in the center. They know that there are teams surrounding them, but the nade parade coming in from the side of VTFD just does not want to stop.
You know, Adil making quite a longer rotation, but Zameen ensuring he stands guard, making sure the players of Freestyle may not pass through, as Adil does manage to get the better out of Danny, but will eventually fall down as the numbers really do not stack up in his favor. As Freestyle, somehow they're holding on. They do have Wasi knocked out, but Tyrant will try to get in on that revive, as Harry could be a blessing in disguise for Freestyle, as they're holding on to their dear life. This is as close that they've ever found themselves into the top 4. Finally, as the grenade comes in at Zameen's direction, but by a sliver, by a thin margin. He was alive, but making sure Harry is the one who gets that kill onto its no as freestyle. This could be the game that they had been waiting for so long, as Khan still keeping up the pressure this time. The artillery attack on the players of 4VTFT.
Absolutely, just a two-man squad, but definitely they have their cards right. They know exactly where the teammate and, my apologies, the opponent is, and they are going to be ready to push on through. But the only problem is, in the name of FS Freestyle, they are going to be at the top of the totem pole, on the top of this mountain, and that is a troublesome situation for the likes of both TFT as well as TMW to push on together against the side of FS, because you've got Malik, you've got Vasi, you've got Tyrant. These dudes, they're not going to stop. They're not going to back down. This is their moment to shine, and they definitely are going to be, I think, delivering a chicken dinner to their fans.
Oh yeah, they certainly would want to. A much needed game, but it is Team TMW that are going to be enjoying the fruits of their labor, right? Having the blessings of the circle when it really matters, as Tyrant's projectile has been spotted out as Harry. He's just going to be spraying in thin, where does manage to get Tyrant and will finish him off in a jiffy, as two of the final players of Freestyle survive, as Malik, he's just gonna bounce, charging in, getting the life sucked out of Harry, as Khan, well, for how long can he survive and sustain himself, as Danny makes the push on towards Wasi's direction, as he gets knocked out. The whole thing comes down to how Malik is going to be playing it out, as he reveals his position on towards Danny, fighting for life, as it is going to be Ash gets the final kill now against Khan. As for VTFT, well, they seem to have it again, Lakshay, and propel themselves up to the second position in terms of the overall ranking. 7 eliminations. A very well collected, calm and composed chicken dinner from their side. 22 points is what they're going to be earning from this game on a back-to-back. This is certainly going to bolster up their morals, but hey, this is such an important game for Freestyle. Making it in to the top 3 will really help their cause. With just that one game to go, the question still remains: can they qualify? Can they scrap their ways inside the Super Weekend? But for now, the fans of 4VTFT, they're going to be delighted with the way this team has been delivering.
Dude, they definitely ought to be elated, because I'm just looking back, or rather going to look at the stats that I had written when it comes down to the league play days, the first week in the league play days itself, and that is when we did talk about H2E and how they were underperforming and they were not looking too good. But then as soon as they jumped into the Super Weekend, day number 1, day number 2 of the league plays, barely I've written down all the 5 games until like 4 to 5 positions that the teams were able to get, but H2E nowhere to be seen. And then you talk about the Super Weekend coming in, somewhere they get the energy, and now that energy is just boosting out of them, oozing out of them, in terms of bullets, in terms of nades, in terms of just aggressive stances, to be able to get that chicken dinner, to be able to get those points for their fans.
Quite clearly just the positivity radiating. I think that is exactly the kind of confidence that they do need. But we do have a lot of discussions going on after this short little break. Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
What a lovely game that was. Blotter 4v back to back, getting that chicken dinner and really stepping up to the mark as they build up their momentum and effectively now secure their spot for the Super Weekend. But talking about the Super Weekend, Fixes was talking about this as well. Freestyle, decent performance for them, but still not. The job is not done.
No, nowhere. Not even close. Not even close, because this is just the first step in the PMPL journey for these teams, and we know where the journey will lead. The good one, the team that will outshine the entirety of the competition. But yeah, Fixes perfectly said it. I mean, this is just the start. There is a Herculean task ahead of these teams.
Yeah, exactly. And these teams are going to have to really pull out all of their strats to try and make it happen. And for the teams that don't have to do that, well, they take an advantage into the Super Weekend. But I'm really glad looking at this top 5. I see 3 players from 3 teams that did not make it to Super Weekend 1. NmwEsports, Zameen, Khan from TmW, Thug from XGeneration. All of these teams that had to take a break from our first weekend, clearly they fixed their mistakes and they're bouncing back strong this time.
Most definitely. I mean, I'm very, very elated to see the way and the style with which TMW are playing, the way 4v are able to create these opportunities for themselves and still keep all the 4 players alive. I mean, NmwEsports, we're looking at them making those slivers of hope, and here and there, they try and get those wonderful eliminations for themselves. Clean sheet kills coming in from their side as well. But that's the conversation that I was having with Fixes as well. It's really good to have that positive attitude, and that is something that I definitely do respect from the side of NmwEsports and the others. But is it a bit too late is what I was questioning to myself, because when it comes down to the matches itself, we've only got 2 matches remaining for the day before we head on to the result, and that result is going to be telling us which 16 teams will move on into the second Super Weekend of PMPL Pakistan.
Yeah, and we'll have to see from amongst all of those teams that don't make it, which teams are really under threat coming in to the Super Weekend, which teams, are towards the bottom of those standings in terms of the Super Weekend points. We still have 2 more matches to go, so we'll have a look, of course, at which teams are able to step up to the mark. But clearly, I think NmwEsports and, of course, 4v these are teams that have looked extremely strong. Even in that regard, I would say Quraysh look like they're almost down to the finish line. They just need to give one final push through. So it does seem like at least 3 or 4 teams that did not make it to the Super Weekend 1 will most likely make it to Super Weekend 2, and that will just make things oh so spicy going into week 3, Blotter.
I mean, talking about that spicy masala, that is something that is definitely brewing. It's like halki aanch pe tadka lagega uska, because of the way the side of Quraysh, the Regicide, this is the game that we're looking at these teams, but I was not wanting to point these teams. I was going to point out the side of Clarity. Previous game also, we saw them not have a really good finish. The consistent play that was being showcased in week number 1 from Freestyle, from Clarity, from Magnus for that matter, it is completely lacking in the second week. So I'm not saying that these are the teams that will find themselves in that bottom of the leaderboard, but it is looking like they're on the way.
Yeah, and it's certainly looking quite scary for all of these teams. And we'll have to see which of them are able to, pull out a last-minute hurrah, find that last-minute chicken dinner maybe to pull off a winner. I think 3X, they did it in week 1 to barely find the qualification into the Super Weekend. Will they do it again?
Well, there is a possibility. There is definitely a possibility, because every single time the directors move on towards the side of 3X, they are taking on those fights. And even if it means just jumping and giving away your life, that's their motto of the battleground, and that's absolutely fair and square. If that is what motivates you to be a part of that synergistic team, then go ahead and do that. But you gotta be, as you start participating more and more in different tournaments, you start realizing that there's a lot more to it than just being good at a game.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more to it. And it really becomes because of the fact that we see in our top 20 teams coming into the PMPL, every single team has the metal, every single team has the talent and the capability. So it comes down to the intangibles. It comes down to things like confidence, things like conviction, things like your ability to stay strong mentally. And for a few of those teams, it has been quite a simple task to make that happen. But for a few others, it's been quite a roller coaster of a ride. They've got to stabilize themselves now.
They definitely have to. I mean, this is like, the midlife crisis that they are going to be facing, basically, as this Super Weekend comes to an end. After the Super Weekend comes to an end. Because then they've only got that 1 week, the 1 week that is going to be defined by the 2 games that will be played during the league play, the 3rd week league play days. And yeah, talk about pressure, dude. I mean, the teams that are going to be finding themselves there. But oh god, never mind that. But again, that is still a few days further away. There is still a lot of things that can take place in just half an hour. So I am going to be rooting for those half an hour moments to take place today itself for 2 wonderful teams that will just completely get themselves in the top 6 perhaps.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Hopefully, right? I really like the way you put that in there towards the end, because I think that's going to be the pep talk from all of the teams at the bottom of the ladder. Guys, we gotta do it, we gotta do it, we gotta do it. And then silently, sneakily, the IGL on the side be like, hopefully, please, come on, hopefully.
Yeah, you know, you're walking out the door and you're just like, yeah, dude, we know. But you're gonna just put on a face, and that's what is required. That is what is important as well, because many times we've seen those sort of comeback stories where, not unknowingly, I mean, teams, they make it. They themselves don't know if the points that they've been able to accumulate will qualify them or not. And it seems like today is also looking very, very close to be that sort of a conversation, because points around that 16th position, the teams that find themselves are so close. I mean, they're so bloody close.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be extremely close and volatile in those last few matches. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see which teams are able to step up to the mark. Really, I think one team that we did not see in this match 3, a team that will come back, I believe, for the final 2 matches will be FMxR3D. Now, consistently irregular performances has been the theme for that team. And it's quite concerning, given the fact that they are one of the 3 invited teams from PMPL SA. So really, I think for these teams, they have to, for FMxR3D, they have to prove that they are worthy of the invited spot. You know, can't really miss out on a super weekend, because they didn't have the greatest of super weekends once. They would be under threat.
That is so true, dude. I mean, I did not want to point it out like that. In fact, I kind of just skipped and glanced over it. I mean, there might be teams who might have been invited, because, I mean, yes, it's a big thing that you were invited. But at the same point of time, when you're invited, and then I bring you up as a team who is just completely dwindling down in front of young talents and young blood, is, yeah, it's that accolade that you've been able to get in the past has now turned into a very big negative for your team. And that is, yeah, it stays with the team's minds, you know. But nevertheless, never mind all those conversations. As you move on through to the storyboard altogether itself, we do have SALTxi8 claiming their throne easy with no chicken dinners for themselves.
And really, the thing is, I think we've seen capability from every single team, which is why when a team turns off, we want them to pull it off, right? And I think a clear example of that is TMW. That 7-spot jump from number 16 to number 9 right here with 47 points now, most likely guaranteeing their slot in the top half. While Quraysh, they dropped down 1 spot. They're at the, oh my god, the PTSD almost of that 41 point mark right now. They're almost the exact same as where they were when they did not make it before. But it seems like they are in a comfortable spot now. Look, the bottom 4 is where our eyes are once again. And we've got 3 different teams this time around, with only XGeneration, the repeat offender from last time around. So XGeneration, they've got 2 games in the bag as compared to most of the teams above them who've only got 1.
Exactly. That is going to be a very important line to be drawn when it comes down to the way we can anticipate these teams making that sort of a comeback. Because as you look on to the 11th, 12th and 13th position, right? Quraysh 52 and Quantum, they've all played 7 games. They've got only 1 game remaining, the 8th and final game that they're going to be playing. After that, they have sealed their fate, and then it'll be based on the teams participating in the final game as to what sort of a play are they going to be making. And yeah, I mean, it's exactly history repeating itself as that happened in the previous week as well. So yeah, tough nut to crack for these teams right now.
Oh, tough nut indeed, and I think they're really going to want to crack it in this 4th match itself, because going into Sanhok, honestly, for our 5th match, anything can happen. We've got Erangel coming up right now, and it's a match where teams do feel a lot more safe and consistent. They do feel a lot more comfortable in being able to pull out what they really need right now, which is some crucial chicken dinners, or at least points in that regard. So going into our match 9 of our 2nd week of league play, we'll have to see which team is able to step it up. But what we can say certainly is that it won't be any team from Group B. They'll be sitting this one out.
Absolutely, and in doing so, they will be given the other teams an opportunity to make a comeback story for themselves. A story that has been long due in the making when it comes to these teams, because they've already come a long way. I mean, I was talking to the exactly same point I brought up 2fixes as well. If you try and remember League Play Day 1 and 2, these teams were lackluster. They were playing a YOLO approach. So many of them, known teams were the only ones who were kind of sticking together and making some sort of strategic plays. Otherwise, all the other teams, they were just trying to understand what sort of a party is this? Where are we at? This is the battleground? We don't think so. And then they were hit with the pressure of the Super Weekend. They realized what is on the line. There's the money, there's the opportunity, there's the fame, and then there's also another big opportunity, which is going to be able to, stand up for your country and represent your country altogether itself. So once these teams went through that Super Weekend, the teams that participated as well as the teams that did not participate, they have come back with a very clear, defined approach that they are here to win it. They are here to make it, and that is what is being looked at from the teams for now, at least.
Yeah, exactly, and it really does seem quite volatile the way it is going. And we'll really have to see in that regard where the teams are able to really find that strong footing, and where the PUBG Mobile gods give us the circle to make it that extra bit chaotic in this volatile arena.
You're the one who's gonna call on for those circles. I'm telling you, don't do that. You're gonna be putting so many teams under the bus. It is not fair.
Hey, we talked about this. It's all about adaptability, right? So if you deserve it to make it to the Super Weekend, sometimes the luck is going to favor you, sometimes the luck is going to go against you, but it's all about maximizing your highs and minimizing your lows. And to do it, you've got to prove it, And really, I think that's why I love those chaotic circles, because standard circles, yeah, sure, every team is going to show up with their very best, but in the chaotic circles, that's where you see the true nature of all of the players come out.
That is so very well said indeed, because again, till the time you're not faced with an adversity like that, that is when the true yourself will be revealed, And I mean, you could be a runner, you could be a swimmer, you could be definitely battling it out right there, as we saw from 52x Rage. I think it was Spain who was able to get away from all the odds in that first League Play day itself. I think it was the second day of the first week of the League Play, and just jumped all by himself onto the beach, smoked the beach, got as many kills as he possibly could, and then surrendered. So, I mean, that was one of those moments where Payne realized that, this is the YOLO approach that I am made for, and this is what I'm going to do. So again, I'm anticipating those sort of players kind of do pop on from this game as well as the next one. Those moments become entertaining when some player does something out of the extraordinary. Nobody would have anticipated that sort of a play.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be very, very interesting is all I can say. The players are all ready. You can see they're leaning in, getting ready for the match start, heading into this gladiator arena. We're going to be going straight into Erangel, and I wonder what sort of spicy dish the PUBG Mobile gods have ready for us to serve right up now. Oh my, okay. We see a vertical flight path come out from south to north towards the eastern side as well. So again, expecting the standard variation would be a western circle. What?
No.
What if it's a northern circle instead?
Northern? I'm thinking shooting range.
Oh,
I'm thinking
I like
shooting
that.
range. It's been a really long time. It's been a really, really long time that we've seen a shooting range zone, and I would love for it to go down towards that side. But again, will the teams love to go down towards that side? And will the PUBG gods actually even accept my request is another question. But as of now, we do know the stalemate situations that is being created on the side of military base. That is, from the side of MeterShot, because they are the only ones who find themselves over there, and no other team wants to even contest that position. So for now, that is going to be their standard approach. On the other side of that is going to be the Western Front, where we do see the known and tried and tested team of the Grounders are going to be running towards the side of Prima.
And wait a second, I don't see SALTxi8 heading towards Sanhok, so a change in drop locations right now for SALTxi8. They seem to be going towards Yasnaya, maybe? We'll have to see. Maybe. We get the northern circle, kind of, not exactly, but kind of northern circle. Eastern and more eastern circle right here. And potentially, actually, I was talking about Yasnaya right now. The circle might end up right there. But let's head on over just to Yasnaya. SALTxi8, they've got Quantum Rage. caught flundering, and it's quite scary for Quantum Rage because they fall prey this early. Remember, Quantum Rage have 40 points. They're number 13 on the rankings, which should be enough if they get 1 or 2 more points to secure their spot. But the 1 or 2 more points, that's crucial. And Sirius, he already got one.
Well, that is what we do know Sirius to do from first day onwards itself. I mean, as long as you give him the opportunity, he is going to be delivering a massive blow. But will it be enough, as you so perfectly mentioned? I mean, they've got decent points, but that does not mean that their position in the Super Weekend has been confirmed and qualified. They are going to have to still battle it out. And again, to battle it out, they've got the best of the best in the club, basically. I mean, you've got SALTxi8, SALTxi8, who are going to be the ones who are going to teach you how to battle it out in the urban warfare.
And it's quite interesting that, again, Sirius has Crypto's number. This is something we saw in day 1 of League Play 1, where Sirius and Crypto were in 1v1, where Crypto was objectively favored, but Sirius won it. And now, again, in a 1v1, Sirius with Crypto, Sirius wins it, shuts down Crypto nice and early. One of the most prolific players for SALTxi8. Hold on for a second.
Dude, have you come across a conspiracy theory right now? Did you just come across a conspiracy theory, or is that a legit thing? Because, I mean, now that you're mentioning it like that, yeah, it definitely is a cause for concern, maybe?
Maybe, right? I just feel like Sirius has the better of Crypto more often than not. But Crypto, like, even if you look at the overall elimination standings, Sirius is number 5, Crypto is number 2. So it's not like Crypto is having some bad matches alone, you know. It's just Sirius, in that particular duel, seems to have the better of him.
Well, again, nobody said that fraternizing amongst players itself is not. Anyways, never mind that. So as we move on through, we of course are just in the first few early moments of the game altogether, and there are so many teams who have found their rivals into or right next to their compounds, and this is going to be where SALTxi8 have been keeping their keen eyes out towards Sirius from Quantum, but will that elimination point be given? Because again, I mean, SALTxi8, they're taking their merry time. They've definitely got him covered from all the angles, but they're still taking their merry time because they do know that there are going to be his teammates, and that is what SALTxi8 is worried about.
Exactly, that is going to be what SALTxi8 will be concerned about. But right now, Quantum Rage actually playing it quite slow. Now we get to see the replay of Reviews shutting down IQ, effectively nullifying the gap that Sirius initially created. So currently in this situation, it is, I believe, a 3v3 affair. Quantum Rage, they've got 3 players alive and standing now. Having said that, SALTxi8, they seem to be a lot more decisive in their approach. They're continuously clearing out room by room, but will Reviews get caught out by Sirius? We'll have to see because they're quite close.
And Sirius is going to be making a run for it, but it seems like Reviews is the one who's going to be trying to take him down, and he will. With the UMP in control, he definitely will be able to give that blow, and with that, the long started, well, what do I want to say? Because again, I mean, this is there like a rivalry that's been created that I've missed out between these two?
I mean, potentially with Spark shutting down Blade, but that's why they push together Uzum and Blade. Uzum finds the trade, instantly brings his mate back online. Just like that, SALTxi8, they've got a huge advantage in this battle. Now JD, last member standing for Quantum Rage. It seems like he will just end up going down nice and easy. But I'm looking at the live rankings actually, and even that 1 point for Quantum Rage has gained them 2 slots. That's how volatile the rankings are right now.
Jesus, that is now phenomenal tournament at a phenomenal league and a storyline in the making for these teams, because I mean, every single team, they're trying their level best, but in the end, it's just that 1 point that makes that break even sort of a difference. But again, it is still one game too early to bring that up, because right now we still are to find out what sort of play style or what sort of a storyline is Magnus going to be creating. MetershotxSKY, they're all right, they're looking pretty comfortable. TMW, they're also looking pretty comfortable, but Quraysh, they made it into the top, into the first page, but then slowly kind of faltered back down. 52x Rage, they have had that sort of an uphill battle since day 1, I would say. They take on those fights, but still somehow find themselves at the latter half of the leaderboard.
Yeah, now you can see with the way TmW is positioned right here, they might spot out XGeneration quite under them. And TmW right now, they're in a 2-2 split on either side of XGeneration actually. So they could facilitate a pincer movement, try to shut them down. But I think for TMW, the priority really will be to just play for placement points. But again, a team that has got 47 points already, so it's quite unlikely that they end up dropping out of the top 16, which means they can play with a little bit more freedom.
They definitely can. I mean, they've got a leeway to be able to, just not necessarily experiment, but take a chill pill in the battleground altogether itself, which is also required from time to time. And yeah, they've battled it out for such a long time that now they definitely are looking at a comfortable position to take a chill pill ride in this game. Maybe they do that, maybe they don't, but one thing is for sure that their hard work has paid off, because it definitely does seem like TMW this time around are going to be a part of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, FMxR3D, again, a team that is in trouble. Water. They're not even, I believe, they're not even in the top 16. They're stuck in the bottom half of the rankings. They're like 19th or 20th, I believe, right now.
Yep.
So, they've really got to make the push happen. But I think the good news for them and their fans is that all it's going to take is one good game. All they're going to need is one time Lady Luck favors them a little bit, they capitalize on that perfectly, and suddenly they're back in that top 16. And none of this league play even matters. It's a Super Weekend where your points truly do come online.
Exactly. All that aggressive stance, all of those strategies, they're all going to matter that much more in the Super Weekend, because that's where the money is, that's where the stake is, right here, right now. Again, the stake couldn't be any higher, because this is what will give you the platform to be a part of the Super Weekend. So they have to deliver, but you do it either way. You do it based on just placement points. Nobody cares, because you are participating in the Super Weekend. And then you start popping off heads like H2E did, and got chicken dinners as well, like Quantum did. Well, they walked away with $500 per game. A big motivation, I would say.
Yeah, a big motivation indeed, really. So I think at this point, and I think on the point of Quantum, they were the team along with SALTxi8 from Super Weekend 1 that picked up 3 chicken dinners each. So
exactly.
make that 3 times 500. So
exactly,
a huge prize for those teams in that regard. And we'll have to see which teams can even have a say at getting it for themselves. Now, the first circle seems to have closed in altogether, and we have a bit of a centralized eastern shift coming in. The circle forming around Yasnaya, and it seems like SALTxi8 have got this one bang on. They changed their drop location, went for Yasnaya, and the circle is closing in around them.
Well, they're in luck. They're definitely in luck. As you were so perfectly mentioning just a couple of minutes ago, for another team, for an ex-team, that Lady Luck might be favoring them. Well, it seems like Lady Luck has definitely landed in the PUBG Battleground, but they seem to have favored somebody else for now. Again, lucks do change. We're only 10 minutes into the game. 16 teams still alive. We've seen just single knocks taken place all over the map, but as of now, when it comes to those proper team fights, now this is the moment. From the second to the third zone is where the momentum kind of shifts in the battleground, and these teams are then forced to pay attention to the zone as it's constructing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think really for these teams, what's going to be really interesting is how these fights end up working out. Now, you see, again, a familiar situation. Team Star, today they've been very aggressive. They're continuously, I wouldn't even say looked for the fights. It's just like the fights have found them. It's like a story of Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where Trouble finds the mystery van rather than vice versa. And Trouble has found Star, and exactly like Scooby-Dooby-Doo, they've won those battles against Trouble time and time again. Unfortunately, now Trouble might be quite an issue in this scenario if Trouble means FMxR3D, because they haven't found a good run of form. If they run into Team Star, I don't know, Blotter, I'm going to get quite scared for FMxR3D.
True, definitely I'm going to second that thought. Definitely no two ways about it that you could stay away from that, because the stats, they just clearly, abundantly speak of the fact that FMX are not the team that they were. Simple as that. And you got to accept it. You just got to accept it. Maybe because of so many different reasons could be the particular reason why the team is not being able to perform. But we shall give them that leeway, because they have won our hearts with the play that they've been able to make. But on the other front, a donut right there, shoved it. Come on, dude. There are moments for that, but sadly this was not one of those. And Magnus's respect with the Scarl will definitely get the better half of that donut, because he will walk away with the tummy full.
Now, look at this. Team Grounders trying to get into the circle, but they are faced off against Magnus. But seems like Team Grounders, they've realized that and tried to make the long rotation. Magnus is almost matching them move for move. They want to keep Team Grounders out of the circle. They want that early elimination.
Again, definitely could not have said it better, because again, when it comes down to Magnus, they are trying to deliver for their fans, right? I mean, they are trying to deliver for their fans, and that is again a very big motivation that they have. And with that motivation boost, look at them push on against the players of the Grounders. And of course, as you perfectly mentioned, I'm not entirely sure if it's the Grounders following them or if it's Magnus following them each other, but definitely there's some sort of a synergy, chaos being created between these two, and now that will be factored in blood, basically, and we'll find out which team will be moving on forth. But right now, again, I mean, there are so many teams surviving. There could very well be third-party situations as the zone will start constricting.
Now, the zone taking a slightly western shift. It's got Team Star, and look at that, FMxR3D smack bang in the middle of the circle. Blotter, certainly great news for fans of that team. Can they convert? This is what I was talking about. A little help from Lady Lock, and then it's all up to you to make it happen. We'll see if they can. We're talking about making it happen right now. We're seeing fights erupt all across the board as teams try to get their spots in the circle. MetershotxSKY trying to find Team Grounders right here. They find Mr. Black. They shut him down. And just like that, Team Grounders, they lose yet another member, leaving them down to just 2-man standing. And it seems like Quantum Rage will get eliminated real quick.
Well, not before JD is able to do a little bit of damage. Not been able to walk away with the elimination point, sadly, but that's okay. He was all by his lonesome as he was pushed on. But on the other front, it is going to be Magnus Esports' Cairo once again, who is going to have to rein in against the players of MetershotxSKY. And what a perfect push! Right off the bat, Khatir and Azil go down. It is a 2-man split, and that has been brought down to respect the 1-man army for the side of, well, again, I mean, this is the kind of fight that we were waiting for from Magnus. Yeesh.
There's Magnus, they are caught out. They all of this time they were trying to corner Team Grounders into a bad situation. They ended up not getting a good spot in the circle. MetershotxSKY come, shut them down, and take advantage immediately. Now Team Grounders themselves, it's not like they got away scot-free. Two members shut down. Make that 3 right here as Ali will find Kurama. And it seems like Team Grounders will most likely get eliminated. And yes, they will. TUF, they finish them off. Again, fights erupting all across the board as we head on towards the eastern side. We're going to see Regicide, QWERTY, as well as 4VTFD contesting for a spot where towards the central area, FMxR3D, they're trying their best to hold on, but they've got the attention of some sharks. SALTxi8 seem to be eyeing them. But again, back to that eastern front. Insane caught out by a nade. And just like that, Regicide under a lot of trouble as 4VTFD look to shut them down. But none of these teams know that QWERTY is coming in quick, looking for the third party.
Well, QWERTY and Destroyer is the name right now who is on our screen. He is just pushing in a lot of lead to the place that this team are trying. They're desperately trying to get their teammates revived. But 4VTFD will get the better half of this fight because Team QWERTY, they have pushed on from that angle that only Regicide is going to be in their destruction radius, basically. And this will, of course, give the audio cues to 4VTFD that, all right, mates, it's time for us to bounce. Thank you so much for inviting us. And yeah, it was lovely meeting y'all. But better luck next time with that. Again, 14 teams, let's make it 13 teams that are going to be surviving from this moment forth. This is where, once again, I mean, this is the all-on chaos that will be brought thanks to you, because you called for this zone.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I love the chaos, so I'll take it very gladly.
I do too.
Look at this.
100%.
In the circle, we've got FMxR3D engaged in a fight with SALTxi8, and I don't think it's gonna end off good. Blade with a key headshot shuts off Anubis, and FMxR3D, they're once again in a bunch of trouble despite the early good start, despite the fact that they were looking like they are in a good place. They get caught out again. This time they've only lost 1 member. I hope they keep it at that.
Well. This is not looking good for VTFD, of course. And on the other side, when it comes down to the X Factor, it's going to be Dani from the side of 4VTFD, who will go down. Before he does, he will definitely give a massive blow to his opponent, and in doing so, it is going to be Metershot as well as 4VTFD who are taking the brunt. Both of these teams are actually taking the brunt. From the side of Metershot, we've only got Kian remaining, and for the side of 4VTFD, Vash is the only man surviving. So yeah, an equal trade being showcased from both of these teams, but now it seems like Vash will at least be able to get that revival to get his team moving away from the position. But no, correction, it was Kian who was trying to get that revival done from the side of Metershot, but he will not be able to do so, and with just a sliver of an HP on him, yeah, making that rotation also is looking very, very difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is looking difficult, Blotter.
There we go.
And yeah, there we go. MetershotxSKY will be eliminated now. We've got 13 teams left in quite a small circle, with most of the teams actually made their way in. You can see teams drastically divided in their approach, where you've got a couple of teams holding on to the highway, coming into Yasnaya, a couple of teams holding on to the compound on the edge of Yasnaya. Well, SALTxi8, they have the prediction that the circle is going to end up in these open plains. And they're trying to just gatekeep from there on teams like North and FMxR3D, but going on towards the highway area where you've got TUF and Star situated in a bit of a stalemate on either side of that highway, and an airdrop right in between, and Respect being like, guys, please just respect each other, don't fight, I want to stay alive, please.
It could be the plea that these two teams were waiting for again for a long time perhaps, because it has the second week has definitely been a lot more destructive than the first one, and a lot more chaotic as well from the first one, because each and every single team have showcased their willpower and zeal to try and make it into the super weekend. But again, we do know that only 16 teams make it through, and for now it is a tough luck situation for a few of them. We're not going to call names. This is the second last game. The answer will be given to us in the final one, but right now they definitely are playing like champions.
Yeah, exactly. And right now it does seem like, honestly, I think any of these teams could take it away, but I've especially got my eyes on TMW and FMxR3D, because these are teams that really needed. TMW not so as much, because they have got themselves quite close to guaranteeing their spot.
True.
Another team actually that is looking in contention to solidify the spot in the super weekend through the circle is XGeneration, but they're caught out on the other side of the water bank towards the north of Yasnaya. Unless the circle takes a shift towards them, they're going to be in a very dicey situation, and the circle doesn't do that.
This is going to be tricky. I mean, I did not even think about XGeneration and their possibility or a chance actually to be able to make it. But you're right, you're absolutely correct. I mean, they've got the numbers advantage. They've got all 4 players surviving, and if they just play their cards right for the next 10 minutes, they might just be able to get some decent points for themselves, as we're looking at the resilience from the side of Magnus's Respect. All by his lonesome, TUF's Joker is in the water trying to fish him out, but still he does not want to give up that easy, and that is definitely keeping the entire team of TUF busy on the bridge. And this is the moment that they could have very well been third-partied as well, where they did have MetershotxSKY very close to their vicinity, but that has not been the case, so they will be given a third life.
Look at this. Respect seems to have been spotted out, nade after nade thrown at him, but Respect is being quite sneaky, looking to just get away and swim his way into the circle. Well, on the other hand, you see TmwEsports, they're trying to make the rotation happen from the western front, but they're facing the pressure. First from TUF, then maybe from SALTxi8. But it really is going to come down to timing, whereas on the southeastern side, we see Quraysh engaged in a fight with 3x. A beautiful nade from Quraysh shuts down 3x, while now Romeo is pushing on further. Respect has finally been spotted out, and that's the end of Magnus. Down to 11 teams, but the fact that we've just got 35 players still in the lobby shows you how much damage most of these teams have taken. So a few of these teams that are still left with 4 members standing, particularly North TUF, Quraysh, QWERTY and XGeneration, they have a massive advantage as long as they're able to hold it on. But oh no, I just saw it. FMxR3D have been eliminated, Regicide have been eliminated. Again, FMxR3D not getting many points, Blotter. This is starting to look dire.
It is looking very dire since the day started for the side of FM, because they need to change the pace that they're playing the game with, and this is just, I mean, that's just not been showcased from their side. On the front, Team Star, look at them. Team TmW, I mean, the TmwEsports, they are definitely a good contestant for this upcoming Super Weekend because they have proved from the first Super Weekend, or to rather the first league play days, through to the second week of the league play days, a complete different synergistic play being showcased from the side of TmW, where they are taking on the fights head on against the likes of, I mean, so many incredible teams, so many aggressive teams in fact.
Exactly. Oh, XGeneration barely surviving. They've elected to go to the water to just play for placement points as much as they can, but TUF have got their number. Panda comes out for a breath of air, but manages to still survive. Virus spotted him out, but we're not able to land the shots. Now again, the circle closing in. It takes a radical shift towards the southern side, leaving XGeneration literally caught in water.
Well, and MetershotxSKY find themselves very much in the comfort of the zone altogether. I mean, when they were making that western rotation, it did not seem like the circle is going to come down towards that side, but look at that. That's how the playground works when it comes to these teams. And again, as you were just mentioning about XGeneration, yeah, this is not looking good for them. This is going to be very easy picking for the teams to be able to get them eliminated. 8 teams are still surviving 22 minutes into the game. A quick Erangel being showcased from the lobby.
Yeah, exactly, and it does seem like at this point MetershotxSKY are the teams that might just grab it all. So Star is quite close though, will definitely give a tough fight for teams like XGeneration and FMxR3D, even Quraysh for that matter, who are in the bottom regard. It's only Quraysh that seemed like will be able to get the better end of that, but wait, what? I just saw E from Quraysh kill himself because of a fall. Question mark. It's okay. I think at this point, like, they just needed a few points, you know, and they've got that by coming even in the top 8.
Exactly. And again, the journey has not yet stopped, right? I mean, even if it's just a one-man army, we have seen those sort of plays where just a one-man squad is able to push all the way into the top 2 and then steal a chicken dinner as well. So nothing taken away till the chicken dinner is given to a particular team. For now, everybody's a contestant, and everybody, of course, being a contestant, are given that sort of a fight. I mean, look at SALTxi8's Blade. I think he's all by his lonesome for quite some time now, but he's just somehow been surviving and slowly and steadily been pushing on along. I saw him last when there were 10 teams remaining, and here he is, still proving his worth to his team.
Yeah, exactly. Now you can see QWERTY trying to just shut down XGeneration. They're holding on for dear life. Like you said, all it takes is one man surviving. XGeneration trying to maximize their chances by spreading out, and they're doing so second by second as one more team gets eliminated. XGeneration now making it to the top 6. Emerge though with the grenades. He's starting to rain down fire on both XGeneration as well as QWERTY, who are stuck towards this northern side. One of these teams have got to make a move for the better, in XGeneration they're trying to do that with all of these nades, but QWERTY, they're just holding on. They seem to have made it their mission to deny XGeneration their move into the circle. So XGeneration, they've got to make it happen, and they certainly do that. Thug with a beautiful nade downs Gravity. Will this be the moment for XGeneration to get out of the circle?
Well, they definitely are waiting for one of those signs to be able to push out. I mean, come on, dudes, what are you waiting for? You've already got 2 knocks confirmed from those nade parades that you've been a part of. This is the moment where all of them just push on along to get that team eliminated. I mean, this is the kind of unquestioned push and unquestioned desire to win is what is required, and that is something that is lacking from the side of those teams. And look at Puri. I mean, he knew there was nothing to lose, and he just jumped out in the open. He knew he could get third party, and he did, which is fine and square and plain, because this is the battleground and this is how the battles are won. If you don't end up making the decision on time, well, somebody else definitely will.
We'll have to see who that somebody else will end up being, because XGeneration, they're still surviving. And again, my focus is towards them to a large regard, because amongst these last 6 teams that we've got in the lobby, it is XGeneration in the bottom 4 of our standing, still contesting to try and make it into the top 16. And you can see how important the placement points are to them. They're just hugging the corners as much as possible. And finally, their oppressors, QWERTY, have taken pleasure from MetershotxSKY, giving XGeneration a sigh of relief, a moment to breathe. But for how long, we'll have to see, because MetershotxSKY, they've got control of this key small compound at the edge of the circle, which means they can just continue to spray and cause trouble for all of the teams stuck out in the open.
They definitely can, and they have all the right to be able to do so as well, because they are the ones who have control of that watchtower. But they are also going to be out in the open, and in a certain sense, as soon as you start peeking from those windows, you are definitely giving away your information to another team that could maybe just bring you down as well. And in doing so, you might be giving them a favor. So yeah, tricky situation that MetershotxSKY Esports is in, but Team QWERTY, they are making strides in the against them, basically. I mean, the nades, they have been so very much on point from MetershotxSKY Esports, but Team QWERTY have not deterred. Right now, we've got Gravity going down, but Wolverine is going to be right around the vicinity to give him that revival. With that, 4 teams remaining. XGeneration's nade parade situations were not favoring them, and it seems like they have definitely seen better days. But in all of this, look at SALTxi8, dude. Blade is still there as soon as I say that. Now, please, Zamin, give him some time. Do not make my words be the cursed words. Make him stay for at least one more position, is what I would say.
Yeah, one more position is certainly where we'll want it to happen, but it doesn't. QWERTY will get eliminated, and we've just got SALTxi8. Actually, scratch that. We've just got Quraysh and Esports in the lobby. And Quraysh, with 4 members standing in a 4v2 advantage, surely they will be the ones to pick up this winner chicken dinner. But it's easier said than done, because remember, again, on the edge of this circle, this compound available to MetershotxSKY Esports, but it is at the edge of the circle, which means this next circle doesn't include it. They're going to be the ones going to have to come out. So if they don't come out all guns blazing, it's going to be very, very difficult with this 4v2 advantage, and Quraysh surrounding them on all 4 angles. You got that 2-2 split moving in, making sure that there is no way for MetershotxSKY Esports to pull this one out of the bag. But they're still trying.
They definitely are, and in doing so, they are definitely keeping their fans alive with them. But yeah, GG play being showcased, very resilient play being showcased on the side of MetershotxSKY Esports. But technical finish coming in for Quraysh Esports, where I was looking at them. They were very close to MetershotxSKY Esports' finishing, and as the team started getting into the zone, and the zone then shifted towards NES, yeah, Quraysh just went absolutely silent. They were like, alright, we're going to take a chill pill, we'll keep our numbers alive, and then we will wait for the perfect moment to shine. And here they are, definitely getting themselves rising from the ashes.
Exactly, rising and rising throughout the standings. As we were talking about how they were at that crucial 41-point mark, and they needed to just get a few points, you know, to secure their spot in the top 16. Hey, you know what? A few points, well, they get a winner chicken dinner. And that's going to be more than enough for Quraysh Esports to forget the trauma from week 1 and find themselves in Super Weekend, week number 2.
That is true. That is definitely true, and that is definitely going to be working for him as well. Hopefully. I mean, hopefully it would be working for him, because again, there is so many teams who are just waiting for that sort of an opportunity to be able to, you know, bring that sort of a playstyle. But well, we've only got 1 game remaining for the day, and we shall see what team is it going to be, because I'm still a little confused as to what is the difference between that 16th position, 17th position, right? So yeah, that is going to be the defining moment for today, and we shall find out what teams are going to be the ones that move on into the second Super Weekend for these PMPL Pakistan pre-region teams.
I'm also curious to find out which teams have finished their 8 games and won't be participating in the last game, but all of this information after we take a small break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
What a game from Quraysh Esports, grabbing that winner chicken dinner and along with it, securing their spot for the upcoming Super Weekend.
Absolutely, they will be, but the journey does not end as they will have to prove themselves all over again and again and again. But that is going to be the fun part as well for their side. On the other front, as we move on through to the MVP of this game, it is going to be SALTxi8's player Uzum, taking away 4 elimination points along with 3 knocks and 1 assist in a total of 693 damage dished out. So a very all-rounder player on this game is what Uzum built.
Yeah, really a great all-round game from Uzum and Reviews for that matter. Both of these SALTxi8 players ending up in the top 2. Really making their mark on this lobby. But again, I think given the fact that we've seen QWERTY really stepping up today, I love seeing Destroyer in that top 5 rankings. But more so even than that, again, consistently, I think for 3 games in a row now, we're seeing a player from MetershotxSKY in that top 5 players mark. Really have stepped up to the mark. MetershotxSKY after missing out on Super Weekend 1, they've come out just all guns blazing. And I really hope they carry this momentum onto Super Weekend and don't end up, just giving it all away in the league play.
Absolutely, that is so very true indeed, dude. Because that team is well, again, I mean, they've proven it. They've proven it that they really want to be a part of that Super Weekend, and they are willing to do whatever it takes. But alongside them is going to be Quraysh Esports doing the exact same thing, but with a different mindset and a different attitude altogether, where they are being very cheeky, very quiet, and are able to get those points for themselves. So different approach being showcased, but again, the end result is to be participating in the 16 teams that will be moving on into the second Super Weekend for the Pakistani teams right here at PMPL.
Yeah, exactly, and really we'll have to see how it ends up panning out for every single one of these teams. I think something that Quraysh and North can be satisfied with is that they've successfully displaced 2 teams that did make it into Super Weekend 1 off of their spot, or rather at least 1 team, because of course it's possible.
At least 1, yes.
Yeah, we get another team that did not make it in Super Weekend 1, not making it into Super Weekend 2. But right now, definitely Quraysh and MetershotxSKY have secured their spot in that Super Weekend. They'll be feeling proud of themselves mostly, because I know it's very hard to be able to bounce back after starting off such an important tournament in low standing, and the fact that they do so really shows the mental capability they have, the ability to just reset themselves and push back stronger. So props to be given to both Quraysh and North, and XGeneration for that matter. Didn't really have the greatest circles, didn't really have the greatest opportunities to get fights, but they just scraped through as many placement points as they could, and 8, well, it goes a long way. It's still not enough, but it goes a long way.
It definitely does, and again, you don't know what way the game is going to be moving down towards, what way the battleground is going to be shifting, and that again can be showcased from SALTxi8's Blade, who survived 7 positions. Had he given up early, there's so many points that his team would have missed out upon, and again, that is just one of those moments that well, we're talking about SALTxi8. There have been so many more, but in all of that conversation, another point I wanted to kind of bring up, as we're talking about known teams finding themselves in unknown positions, Freestyle, dude. I'm a little worried about Freestyle as well. Their downward slope is almost bringing them down to a position where, I don't know, I'm gonna have to wait, we'll have to see, but I have the sense that maybe they're looking pretty tough and might not be able to make it into the Super Weekend. I don't know, I'm gonna have to check though. I don't have the stats yet.
Yeah, similarly, I think we're going to get to see eventually that rankings table, and we all, I'm sure, all of our viewers, all of the fans of the teams in the bottom half of the table are, really brimming with anticipation as they wait and see how far or how close their teams are from that Super Weekend spot, the number 16 danger spot, really. But looking at our oppo moments, you saw Quraysh, just beautiful movements across the map. They had control towards the circle, and even though this later circle, number 6, it didn't really favor them, they had to make a move happen. They did so as a unit, and that's really what stands out to me. The fact that they made the move together, it made sure that despite, I believe Manny even ended up falling down to his own downfall, got knocked by himself. It didn't matter because the rest of the team rallied around him. They're able to get it back together and find the winner chicken dinner. So in that regard, beautifully done by Quraysh Esports.
Hey, there you go. That is the brotherhood that's required on the battleground. Simple as that. And the team that has the most strongest one of those are the ones who will definitely go the farthest. And well, so many of these teams actually do have that going for them because they've been playing with each other for such a long time. But then again, I mean, there comes in the conversation about young bloods, new talent on the block, and yeah, it just becomes a tough nut to crack then.
Yeah, exactly. And really is going to be a tough nut to crack, especially for FMxR3D.
Yep.
They've got one more match left, Blotter. Just one more in Sanhok. I think at this point, nothing short of a top 3 finish will get them into the Super Weekend slot. And again, I just want to say, they have the capability to make it happen, which is why we're still anticipating it.
Nobody doubts that. Oh, nobody doubts that, yep.
But it's a big but because they haven't shown us that capability, at least in week 2 yet. It just seems like they're having an off week, which is honestly understandable, but at the same time, a little scary for their team because not making it to a Super Weekend can really hurt your chances for the grand finale overall, especially when you haven't had a blockbuster of a Super Weekend already.
True. I mean, all the other teams have already kind of made it and have proven it, not only to us, but the audience as well, that no matter what sort of tough situations they go through on the battlegrounds, they are going to be able to get on to the other side. But yeah, this again, I mean, you know what? Enough positivity and optimism because we have to talk facts as well. And to bring in those facts, it is very evident and clear that FMX is not the team that they were. We have to stop treating them as such. Yes, I mean, in fact, when you talk about the team being invited itself, I feel it as an insult now to even mention that the team was invited because of how the journey has not really resulted in them on the positive side of the glory. And again, I mean, it's very early to maybe say, but technically it's not really that early or so. We've reached the halfway ground right here. And yeah, it's not looking like their story's changing anytime soon.
Oh, it certainly isn't. And Blotter, and when we switch pages, we're going to see exactly that come into light now. You can see all of these teams in the top 10, irrespective of whether they've had 8 matches or 7, they are guaranteed their spot. You know, in the top 16, it's quite unlikely that any of these teams end up facing elimination from the Super Weekend slots. But when we go on to the second page, we're going to see exactly which teams are under the radar, in pressure of losing their top 16 slot or under pressure of pulling off a performance to try and get into that top 16. And it's going to be quite interesting because even in our week 1 league play, we saw 2 teams in the last moment make it through. So now you got Regicide, Freestyle, 3x and FMxR3D. None of these teams were in the bottom 4 in our last week standing, and it's quite concerning for them because honestly the only team that they have it has finished 8 matches and is a cause for concern in terms of points is Quantum Rage at 41. Every other team is going to play in this final lobby. So really, you're going to have to not just play really well, but beat your competition while you're at it.
Wow. That is an eye-opener right there. That definitely is an eye-opener for these teams. And okay, well, let's see. This definitely does raise the stakes a little bit on this final game of Sanhok, I believe it is. And so, once again, when it comes to Sanhok, we've seen it is going to be an aggressive one. It is going to be so many third parties taking place. So, yeah, these teams that find themselves in that bottom half of the leaderboard, the 4 teams that are there, this is very, very tricky situation to be able to tackle. And again, I mean, minimum they need 6 points on the map of Sanhok, along with, again, some comfort kills would be that much more better. So let's say round about 9 to 10 elimination points, or combined with the placement points. But that itself is easier said than done.
Yeah, exactly. It's looking quite difficult, is what I would say, and it really seems to be the case right now for going into this match of Sanhok for all of these teams. But a little enlightening factor with regards to optimism is the fact that you see the map chance, you see teams like QWERTY, even 4VTFD, MetershotxSKY make it in there. SALTxi8, of course, they're almost constant, irrespective of which match it is, but they're not going to be in this particular match. They're done with their 8 games of league play, and for them now it's just the hope that they get to finish in the number 1 slot. But to be honest, I don't think they're going to care as much. They're going to be like, we have the number 1 slot when it comes to Super Weekend points anyways. Well, league play is whatever, you know.
Exactly. It's not really a walk in the park. It's more of a warm up that they perhaps look at it like. Because when it came down to their play during the first week of the league plays itself, it seemed like they were testing the waters, and that is something that most of the teams do when the tournament starts off. And when you know that it's an extended tournament, like a month-long tournament, but as they progressed on along, it was clearly indicated that they were toying. They were pretty much toying because as soon as they jumped in to that super weekend, they knew exactly what sort of a blow, what team is going to be deserving, and they gave exactly that and pushed themselves all the way across onto that top position.
And I just want to see which team ends up taking them down in the super weekend. Before now, let's not head on over to there real quick because we've still got one last match. Final match of League Play Week 2, Blotter. And 7 teams, I believe, yes, 7 teams fighting for the top 16 slot. All 4 teams in the bottom 16 to 20th ranking right now are teams that were there in Super Weekend 1. So easily any of those 4 teams could pick up the chicken dinner.
Well, and all of that, the team that is sitting on that 11th and 12th position, right? You've got TUF, you've got TMW. Those teams are also going to be in a... they're just going to be sitting and praying perhaps, because they've done their work, they've played those 8 games, and now it is for them to reap the rewards, or maybe their position will be stolen away from them. But again, it is not going to be an easy climb, because we can see for the side of TUF, they're sitting on 12th position with 41 points, looking pretty comfortable. On the 16th is the Grounders with 36 points, so not a big difference, but they need to have a really good game, and good game as in the game should be going in their favor, like the Grounders' favor, XGeneration's favor. The team going further down low from there, of course, comes in Freestyle and their favor. So, yeah, it is very difficult. And on top of it, you got this sort of an aggressive eliminatory chance. Okay, the Grounders, and this is done for, I think.
Oh my god, I am just laughing because of the circle, sorry, Plot. Got a purely western circle with like almost 40% of the circle is in water, like 10% of the main island is even there in the circle. So teams are going to be like, bro, come on, why you do this? But hey, I love it because again, it's going to put teams under test and under the wire. But 100%, your point absolutely valid with respect to especially Quantum Rage, currently in the 13th spot with 41 points. Just at that break-off mark. Will it be enough? We'll have to see, because Magnus, they put pressure onto the team at risk immediately. Number 16th, Team Grounders, first blood goes over to Magnus at the cost of that team. Team Grounders losing a player this early. All they've got to do now is just hide for dear life. They need 6 points somehow, because they are technically already going to qualify, but they're at trouble from teams like Freestyle, like teams like 3x, and even FMxR3D for that matter, who will try and make that last minute push happen to get into the top 16.
Well, they are going to have to try their level best to hide their necks. But again, we do know that there are some very evil players in the lobby who try and make it a point to go on out of their way to get a delivery done, basically. But that has been a part of history, that has been part of different tournaments. Right now, right here, when it comes down to, again, going back to the rivalry conversation that I was having with you earlier, it is looking like a clean sheet game being showcased from these teams. So nothing taken too personally, which is a really good thing, which is a very good trait to have as an esports player. And along with that, when it comes down to the zone altogether itself, the zone has definitely put them in a little bit of a curveball situation, but they seem to have adapted pretty quickly. All the teams that are finding themselves in the zone, they have their own little segregated areas. There's no other team around in the vicinity.
Right now, it doesn't seem like there is any massive contestation. You got 52x Rage actually switching up their drop. They just don't want to go for the MetershotxSKY contest anymore. But I'm actually noticing the XGeneration went for the Paradise Resort drop. So they are going to be contesting with MetershotxSKY. I wonder if a fight will erupt on out of there. But as is standard, when comes to the last match of our league play, or even last days in super weekends, teams do adopt a much more cautious approach in the first few circles. But as soon as circle number 3 comes, Blotter, it will be all guns blazing, really battle lines drawn and teams at each other's necks to try and shut them down. And that's where I want to remind about one particular important point. When you've got from the 14th spot all the way to the 20th spot, 7 teams playing in this lobby, contesting very close to each other for that top 16 slot. every single fight that you take against one of those 7 teams, like if a team, like for example, Grounders fights against a team like Freestyle, if Freestyle wins that fight, that's a heavy win with respect to the fact that, of course, they get the points from the elimination, but they take down their competition nice and early, which is why you've got to make sure that your approach is very smart. If you find a team that is your competition, I say go for the killing blow.
Well, again, you gotta keep in mind this is the map of Sanhok, so not a lot of time is going to be given to these teams as they move on into that third zone, because that is when you start looking at those third-party situations as well. Till the second zone, you start looking at, I mean, in the first and the second zone, these teams start looking at getting the information retained, and as of now, it is definitely going to be the side of Regicide, where Insane and Johnny do know that there are a few players right across the street in the compounds, but they are not wanting to take a chance as of now. It's only 5 minutes into the game. They're going to wait it out. They're going to bait it out, and then they're going to take that fight to the face of the Grounders. But will Grounders fall down that easy again? I mean, we've seen Grounders face some tough cookies in the past. Right now, we've only got 2 players from Red side. Where are the others? Where are the others? Where have they gotten themselves busy at?
Ooh. I'm actually scouring the map, looking for them myself. And yeah, it seems to be a 3-1 split, as I see was actually quite separated. Johnny, Insane, and another player are quite close to each other, though it seems like Johnny, Insane are the ones close. So basically a 2-1-1 split almost could be quite threatening for Red side. Again, one of the teams that is in the bottom 4 and will try to make the push happen to get into the top, but oh no, I see trouble. It might just be a double right here for FMxR3D. They've lost 1 player quite early. The knock has come through, and MetershotxSKY, they smell blood in the water. They're going to look to finish them off.
I think they're going to be able to do it in style, but not before FM has a little bit of a thing or two to say, of course, because it is going to be an open push if at all MetershotxSKY ends up choosing to make that. But on the other front, as we were just looking at those early flood situations, where indeed it was Regicide's 2 players who had the information, they decided to act on it a bit too quickly. Insane and Johnny pushing on together. Yeah, all right. I mean, that was a power play being showcased from their side, but no strategy, no synergy, nothing at all. And again, I mean, you're going up against the likes of the Grounders, who are here to make it a point to prove in every single fight that they are going to do whatever it takes to participate. And, well, sad turn of events for the side of Regicide, where their aggressive stance definitely did not favor them.
Yeah, exactly.
They could have played it a bit more calculatively. I mean, they just guns blazing. That's not, no.
And that's the thing, right? They ended up falling.
I take a point away from them for that.
I mean, I definitely get that, but I think you don't have to do it, because they ended up falling prey to one of their closest rivals, Team Grounders, who was at that 16th spot. Now they've gained a spot because of those 2 points gained. They've jumped to the 15th spot, putting XGeneration into trouble. But really, the fact is that Regicide, one of the 4 teams that is looking to contest, has gone down. It seems like it's up to teams like Freestyle and 3X to make it happen, but certainly looking difficult for most other teams, because FMxR3D as well, they've lost 1 player quite early. Now we'll have to see. We can't make any assumptions, but I do notice on the map that North is drawing in on FMxR3D, but hold on to that thought for a second, because we've got a fight erupting between QWERTY and Rollin. Khan catches out Rollin, sits him down and finishes him off, and now Clarity, I think, they won't care as much. You know, I think they're just going to be playing with a lot more freedom in this particular match. They've already qualified, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for random fights.
It definitely seems like that is exactly what these teams are doing. I mean, running out in the open like this would definitely not have been the case if this was just the day's start. But since this is the day's end, they do know where they stand. It's not about anything else but just to be able to participate in the Super Weekend. And, well, for lack of clarity, these points are going to shy away in the next week as they come back for the 3rd league plays itself. And they're going to have to do and go over the entire story again. But look at QWERTY, dude. I mean, even when they're just having fun, the synergy is so on point. And then comes in the Grounders, taken a different approach. Well, 2 teams having fun has resulted in the Grounders getting the better half of that fight, where they could very well now steal those points away and solidify their position in the top 16.
Yeah, they've already reached 40 points, Blotter, so just a few more points and they will be past teams like Quantum Rage, like 52X Rage for that matter, and will be able to get into that top slot almost for sure. Right now,
I'm missing freestyle though.
yeah, exactly. I was gonna say pressure is on teams like Freestyle and 3x, so towards the southern edge, even FMxR3D, you can see how important it is for them to secure this spot continuously, just playing it slow, playing it hidden. But NorthEsports know they're here. NorthEsports have them surrounded on both sides, so there's no exit for FMxR3D right now. But thankfully for them, they're in a part of the circle where it's most likely to shift, and I'm anticipating that northern shift. So if it does settle around FMxR3D, they can just continue to stay hidden.
Ooh, you think the circle might just make a shift towards Camp Alpha? Okay. Okay, that would be ballsy definitely, but let's see if that'll be the case or not, because on the other side, we do have a different team, a two set of different teams that are taking the fight. That is going to be Team Grounders taking on the fight and the compound against H2E, and it is still out in the open. No, my apologies, that's what I was getting confused about it. It was QWERTY against the Grounders, and of course the Grounders are still hunkering down. Staying safe is what their motto is, I think, right now. But for how long can they sustain on that motto? Because they need points, dude. Team QWERTY is looking very, very attuned. I know as a team, they're looking very tuned to be able to make this push together.
Talking about Team Grounders could be in a lot of trouble with QWERTY. You can see Gravity, he's just going for the scout. And again, QWERTY is a team that has secured their spot in the Super Weekend. So for them, this is really warm-up, you know, just feel themselves, try to get themselves into the top elimination boards and have some fun while they're at it. Gravity certainly seems to be having fun. Now slams into the building and he's looking for Mr. Black. Doesn't seem to be coordinated at all, but look at the kill feed. 4v finishing off Black from Freestyle. Again, a bottom 4 team losing a member quite early. It doesn't seem like we're going to have any upsets in the top 16 from this game, especially with the way the circle has shifted. Not entirely northern, more western in its regard, leaving both NorthEsports and FMxR3D out of the circle. But back to Team Grounders right now, because Gravity, he's out for blood.
Oh, he is, and he has definitely entered the wrong building, because in trying to do that, it is going to be the Grounders who will definitely retaliate. And of course, there's still a 3-man squad with no bullet sustained as of now. But again, the information definitely has been given away that Gravity now knows there is at least one player in here. There's another one back at the other compound, but will that be enough? I mean, they have the compound safety, the zone safety, so I think they're kind of battling it out till the end, and they want to just finish each other out perhaps now. That is the only thing that I can see possibility of happening, because the Grounders, even if they want to leave, they don't have a chance that they could leave this fight. No way they could go.
Yeah, there's nowhere they could really go, and they want to be sneaky and pull off the fight. Instead, Jigsaw is making the move forward, but he's all stuck. Will get knocked out by Gravity right here, and now Kurama under a lot of trouble. Grounders, they've just got to hold on. This in the circle, you know, there's no need for this fight to happen. At this point, I think Kurama could just make the move and try to get out, but no, he tries to save his teammate, and just like that, Grounders, they have been eliminated, but they got 5 elimination points before they did get eliminated, and they will be happy that they're seeing their competition getting wiped out second by second. Freestyle losing members, FMxR3D losing members, while Grounders are able to hold on. FMxR3D have been eliminated, not just from this match, Blotter, but from Super Weekend number 2. They can't make it.
Nope, they cannot. They definitely cannot. And yeah, let's just put a full stop to that as we move on through with the momentum boost that is being carried on with the side of 4vTFD. I mean, this team, look at them. Look at the momentum boost. Look at the energy and synergy that they're pushing on along with. Out in the open, dude. Out in the open. They're like, you know what? This is our Sanhok, and we are here to give a massive blow to you. But as of now, I mean, it is still early. It is still early. With just 13 minutes in, we've got only 13 teams surviving. So a lot of teams have been left us in this lobby. I cannot believe, 13 teams surviving.
13 teams surviving indeed, Blotter, but several teams have taken a blow. Now we've lost FMxR3D, we've lost Clarity, and we've lost Grounders. Grounders, they have seemingly done their job though. But you can see in terms of rankings, it's Regicide, Freestyle, and 3x left. Now, Regicide, they've lost 3 members, so I would say almost just done in that regard. Like, very low chance that they should be able to make it into the top 16 now. Still, Waz can pull out a absolutely brilliant performance. We'll see if he is able to make it happen. Really, the biggest team in contention right now to pull off a surprise is 3x Esports, and we'll have to see if they can get it done. The circle, though, it takes a centralized shift as parts of both islands included. I really think that small set of compounds towards the Camp Alpha Island, right in front of the bridge, they're really crucial. So I wonder if teams like Star and Magnus take control of it early. Similarly for Freestyle, the small set of compound they're in towards the Ruins Island could be where the circle ends up shifting. But back to fights. We've got TUF spotting out MetershotxSKY, but have they bitten more than they can chew? Because Joker seems to be alone. The backup is arriving. But Joker's like, hey, I don't need you guys. I got this.
Well, he definitely has got this. He's got 2 players already eliminated from the lobby. The third one, that's going to be SALTxi8, who has been brought down to almost a sliver of his health. And in all of this, MetershotxSKY, who were moving on very statistically, who were looking very confident, with all 4 players surviving. And behind them was TUF, following along the lead. It seems like the lead has run out of luck, and it is going to be MeterShot who will be definitely taking the massive blow, and it's all thanks to one dude.
Yeah. Single player right now, just holding on for his side, while Joker, that single player, shuts down almost an entire team. Now Kadir, last man standing for MetershotxSKY. I believe, actually no, last of two players are still available. It is Kadir and Ash trying to delay the onslaught of TUF with the nades. Now these teams again playing with a little more freedom. They can go for the fights. They are going for the outplays. They want those highlight reels, and Ash certainly seems like he's in the right place to make it happen. Knocks down Joker and immediately goes for the revive on SALTxi8. And just like that, at least in terms of players standing, the man advantage has been nullified, but not for long. Joker should get revived and TUF should be able to push back with the man advantage.
Well, this is a very interesting fight being showcased from both these parties. I mean, from TUF as well as the side of Magnus, the way that they are trying to, get those numbers advantage working in their favor, and slowly, whenever they get the opportunity, as we did just see, take on a little bit of that fighting stance as well. And that is going to be so very essential, because you want to have numbers advantage, but you also want to be able to keep on pushing your opponent towards the edge, and that is exactly what they have done, where TUF, the Joker being the final man remaining with sadly any 20-30% HP. This is a very, very tough situation that this team of TUF have found themselves in. But just a few minutes ago, the way that TUF made a push, it honestly seemed like they have completely put a nail in the coffin against the players of MetershotxSKY. I guess not.
Oh, it is certainly looking scary, but MetershotxSKY, they're holding on. They shut down Joker actually, and just like that, team TUF has been eliminated. Man advantage. MetershotxSKY, they've got it in the bag.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's what I was saying. That 2 minutes ago they had 4 players surviving. Then MeterShot was like, whoa, dude, you're getting way out of line. Let me show you how it's done. And then it was just their conversation with that. 17 minutes into the game, 12 teams surviving, and right now it is 52x Rage's play to make against the likes of the rotation being made from 4v TFT.
Look at this here, Blotter. We can see the circle is going to end up closing in this 1 second. I wonder where it makes that shift. Does it go towards Camp Alpha? And it most certainly does. The northern shift comes through that compound I was talking about, north side of the bridge. Yep. Now in control of Team Star. The best place to be in the circle.
It definitely is. I mean, for now, they are the ones who are going to be definitely controlling who gets to survive in that zone altogether. Till the time, all the other teams also start pushing on along, because there are 12 teams. When you look out through the center of the zone, there are only 3 teams over there. So that means 9 teams as they get into the zone. It is going to get a little chaotic for the side of Team Star by themselves, by their lonesome, to actually hold on the compound by themselves throughout the entire saga of that fight. But we've seen crazy situations take place earlier as well. It definitely could be something like that could favor Team Star as well.
And look at this. Team Star, while they are in control, we've still got Freestyle alive in this lobby. 12 teams remaining, and Freestyle trying their very best to push through and somehow find a miracle run to get into the top 16. Malik has been a standout player for them so far today. The only reason I'd say that they're even in the discussion for that top 16, the question is, can he do it again? Now, if Freestyle is playing, it's quite dangerous because they're on this bridge trying to gatekeep. while playing it safe at the same time, basically under the bridge actually, acting as those trolls who want to collect their tax. They've got to play it smart though, because if they reveal themselves with the fight too early, I'm sure another team will come and capitalize with third party.
Well, the way XGeneration's player just left the car and went down under the bridge, it definitely seems like he's got an idea as to what Freestyle is up to. Did you notice that? As soon as he was clear of the bridge, he went straight off to the edge and was trying to look for an opponent. And yeah, he definitely knows what's up. And this is where maybe, just maybe, Freestyle could be stopped as they try and make this rotation. I'm in a very, very difficult position for their side, a very crucial position as well that Freestyle need to convert for themselves. But yeah, the opponents, they're just so many in number. It is going to be tough to nigh impossible for them to try and survive this now.
Tough indeed, Blotteber. Not impossible is what I would say. Freestyle still trying to make it happen. 3x Esports as well still trying to make it happen. They've got all 4 members alive actually, but they're not in the circle. They're trying to make their way across that very bridge that Freestyle is under right now. This bridge holding the hopes and dreams of these two teams as 3x. They're engaged in a fight on both fronts. The nade comes in towards 4v Leon is quite low, but it doesn't land just yet. Now 3x, they're feeling that damage coming in from the blue zone. One player has been knocked already, and they've got to make it out. And the shots do land, but the fire does too. Cronus will get burnt down. Actually, no. Will the heal land in time? He does. Oh my god, Cronus, what a play.
What a play indeed. He timed it so perfectly. He was just on point in that fight that he took. But sadly, he was not able to get that elimination point confirmed for his side on the other front. As we move on from that fight, we do have 3x's 2 players who are going to be in the water, very close to the proximity of Freestyle as well as 4v right underneath that bridge. And it seems like Ali, maybe, just maybe, he's gonna be... No, he completely missed that angle. Freestyle is still there, and they get the better half of Ali. And dude, Ali, your lives are definitely running out as we reach the end of the day. He is gonna get eliminated right there.
Eliminated indeed, just like that. 3x Esports down a crucial member. Actually, down 3 crucial members. Just left a Miracle to pull off a Miracle. Gets 1 elimination point. That is some hope. Actually eliminating one of their key oppositions in Regicide. Was the last player standing for quite some time, and he'll make it 2. 2 free elimination points picked up for Miracle right here. Can they get more? Because there's still 10 teams left in the lobby. So in terms of placement points, not so great, but make that 9 as H2E get eliminated. QWERTY looks like they're going to get eliminated. 52x Rage as well down the group. Now North Esports and QWERTY engaged in a fight. Shouldn't be long before QWERTY is taken away. But look at Freestyle, man. Tyrant is down. Malik is just playing heal battle at this point, I think.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that is exactly what is on his mind, and he does not even want to let go of that position that he's going to be sticking down towards. And on the other front, I do want to take my words back. I was talking about Team Star as to how they might not be able to hold that fort for too long, but it seems like all the other teams, they did not even reach the compound. They were so very busy taking down each other that the compound was absolutely safe and converted into this safe haven thanks to Team Star. But now, as the zone has kept on constructing itself, now is the moment that Team Star are really going to have to act up to own the place and let them know that they can definitely not take it away from them.
Now look, QWERTY have been eliminated. We've got 7 teams left in the lobby. Freestyle and 3x as well. Freestyle with only 1 player remaining. Malik in the heal battle while 3x has been eliminated, which leaves Freestyle now in the top 6. The heal battle ongoing for Malik, and it's really that player we talked about who has been outstanding so far, made it into the top 5 now. Heal battle is the way to go as he tries to get his team into the top 16, but will it be enough, Malik? That's what we'll have to see. Does he have enough bandages and utility to last him into the top 3? Because I think that's where he'll be able to get enough points. Because look, in terms of eliminations, they've only got 1. They need every placement point they can get, and I actually see Malik making quite a forward move on the circle. You can see that lone yellow marker right there, just trying to get as close as he can. Can Malik pull off a hero play?
Well, he's taken on shots as well, so he's definitely out of bullets. Not bullets, sorry, my apologies. He's definitely out of meds, and it seems like, yep, that is going to be the end of Malik right there from the side of Freestyle. And in doing so, we're left with 4 teams surviving. Team Star still very hunky-dory in the compound. Right behind them is going to be Magnus. Magnus is another team that is still maintaining their numbers, and this is the maybe X factor that Magnus were waiting for. But let's see if they have what it takes to steal this chicken dinner away.
MetershotxSKY, meanwhile, seem to be, yeah, they will get eliminated. Actually, no. They hold on. XGeneration is actually the team that does get eliminated. MetershotxSKY just holding on by a sliver. Snow is the last player standing, while Maxi is still down now. Avenger OP and Zameen both down, currently hiding behind a rock and trying to be the distraction, while Team Star still in control of that compound, are the team looking most likely to pick up this win. But the team in contention to them is Magnus Esports. Snow though, again, engaged in a heal battle. I wonder why MetershotxSKY. Hey, come on. You already qualified. Go shoot some bullets. Have some fun.
Exactly. They're just trying to extend this right now, but that it doesn't really matter. Again, I mean, Avenger OP, he and his team, actually, the entirety of MetershotxSKY, they've had a wonderful resurgence in week number 2 is what I would say. But now, as we move on through to the fight that we had been alluding to since the start, in fact, even before Team Star found the compound, you alluded to it. And finally, that fight is taking place, where Team Star will be finding themselves in the comfort of the compound, but around in the vicinity is going to be Magnus with Mom2, Cairo, and Respect sitting on that flank angle. But a 4v3 situation is what this is, and a perfectly cooked nade, could that be the answer that Star were waiting for? Not yet.
Certainly doesn't seem to be the case. As you can see, with the way this is set up, it's all going to come down to that final move that both of these teams have to make now. Magnus, they've got the ledge in their favor, the hedge in their favor rather, trying to get the cover, but Usama coming in on the flank, he shuts down 2 players, leaves Respect as that last player standing. Star on the hunt, they want that final winner chicken dinner of this league play, and they will get it. Team Star with the winner chicken dinner, but honestly, all of my focus is, did Malik do enough? Was the 5th place spot with 2 elimination points enough for Freestyle?
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I just want it to be close. Irrespective of who makes it, I just want it to be close.
Alright, fair enough. Well, that I can definitely promise you. It is going to be close. It is definitely going to be close, because as we were talking about it earlier as well, there was just only 1 or 2 minute, 2 point difference basically that was being showcased on that 16th, 17th position. So yeah, it is very, very difficult when you face a situation like this, when you know that the team did not even play this final game, but their fate has been sealed, and there's nothing that they can do. But that's how the cookie is crumbled for their side. So again, will that be the case for Freestyle? We will find out in just a short little time.
Yeah, we most certainly will. Now, I have a sneaky feeling that it's going to come down to, again, that tiebreaker sort of situation that we had in the first week. Maybe so,
those
maybe
are the worst,
not.
dude.
Yeah. So we'll have to see.
Possible.
But I think something that teams can be proud of is the fact that a lot of the teams who didn't make it in week 1 have made it now coming into week 2, especially Quraysh, MetershotxSKY as well, making it to the top 3. But all of this we'll find out after a small break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
What a fitting end to our second week of League Play Blotter. It was extremely close, and I'm excited to find out which teams made it. But for now, let's have a look at the MVP.
Absolutely. Let's go through it one more time as we look on to the MVP from this game. It is going to be Gravity from Team QWERTY. 5 eliminations with 4 knocks and 1 assist given. I mean, when it comes down to Gravity, Fixes, and you have spoken about him quite a lot. I mean, he definitely is a pivotal role player in the team. But of course, the entirety of the team of Team Gravity, they are a synergistic bunch. And that is what I believe is the strong suit that makes this team stand out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for QWERTY, it has been a resurgent second week right here. We'll have to see if they can carry that form onto the Super Weekend. But talking about a resurgent week, yet again, Blotter, a player from MetershotxSKY makes it to the top 5 players. What a redemption it has been for them. But, I will say, if this doesn't translate into a good Super Weekend performance, not good enough.
Well, okay, we'll see.
Yeah,
I mean, I want to say you shouldn't definitely put your eggs in one basket, but once again, I mean, when you talk about teams that have just made it for the first time into the Super Weekend, and the teams who have already experienced the onslaught and mayhem that was created on day number 1, moving on through the 3-day affair, you just don't know what you're going to face till the time you face it, is what I'm saying for these teams, right? So, yeah, let's see. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. What you say might come true, might not.
We can only hope to see all of the teams putting their best performance up front. Now, if it ends up happening, well, for that, you've got to tune in to the PMPL Super Weekends to really witness. But taking a look at these match rankings, teams start picking up yet another winner chicken dinner. As you can see, towards the bottom 4, you've got FMxR3D and Regicide, so definitely they're not going to make it. I think 3 points is not enough for 3x, so they're not going to make it, but 8 points for Freestyle. Are they going to make it?
Well, that's a big leap. That definitely does favor them. It definitely does favor them. But keep in mind there are other teams as well, like Metershot, the Grounders. They've made it, yes. Yep. They've made it definitely. But they're going to be falling back because they haven't gotten that many points in the final game, sorry. So, yeah, they could very well be around that ballpark as well. We shall see if any of those teams that were looking pretty comfortable before this game started, if any of them have been dropped down into that 4 dreaded positions that nobody wants to be a part of.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think, of course, only one of those teams will be dropping down. I don't think it's Team Grounders because they got those 5 key eliminations before they got eliminated. So, should have got themselves into just the brink, just about enough, you know, especially with 3 of the bottom teams not really able to make it through and only Freestyle being the contender. I think Grounders is safe, but we'll have to see. I think that's enough of the guesswork. Before we get on towards the rankings, let's have a look at the Oppo moments, and this is what I'm talking about. But FMxR3D, they lost a player early. You can see Regicide, they lost a fight too early. But more than losing this fight, what was really disheartening for them in this was the fact that they lost to Team Grounder. It's like giving your competition a free get out of jail free card.
Dude, I just noticed Johnny's spray. I mean, that's not the Johnny that we knew. Yeah. What has gone wrong with the side of R3D? This is just not the team that we know, and same is the case for FMxR3D as well. It seems like they have been on the horse for far too long, and they've kind of just rocked outside the road and the streets, and it's just taken them some time to get back on it. And every team faces that. We've seen the likes of Clarity Babu also go through that exact same sort of play story, but again, we can only hope and pray that they're able to really find themselves pretty quickly, because PMPL is what is at stake, and these very well-known teams, I mean, we do not want to have them sitting on the bench as the new bloods and young bloods come in to prove their worth.
And in that regard, I will say I'm quite happy that I think none of the teams that didn't make it to week 1 have not made it to week 2, because, you know, that would mean effective elimination from the grand finals chances. So even though like teams like FMxR3D and Regicide haven't made it, the fact that they made it to Super Weekend number 1 very much keeps their chances alive going into week 3. And if all of the bottom 4 teams are teams that did make it to Super Weekend 1, week 3 is going to be an absolute banger, because it's going to mean that all of those 8 teams that hadn't make it to one Super Weekend are going to just literally just let the floodgates loose. They will go all guns blazing and try to secure their spot in the grand finale. But we will save that narrative for when we get to week 3. We're still just finishing up week 2.
Exactly. That's a little too far-fetched to think about right now, because when it comes down to the days themselves, to the next match upcoming itself, yeah, it's very difficult to actually predict or say for the Pakistan lobby that, yeah, this team is definitely going to be able to get that chicken dinner, no two ways about it, because every single time these teams are able to find a different strat that they're able to bring on to the same exact map, the same exact rotations, or rather the flight paths. But yeah, the uniqueness is how they play them. Metershot have been proven that. H2E from first week onwards, from rather league play days onwards, have been proving that. So yeah, there's definitely that sign of resurgence from them, but that itself is not being showcased from the side of R3G as well as R3D, sadly.
And we finally got those overall ranking. Okay, production is being a tease. I get it, but there we go. Finally got the overall rankings. Team Star with the winner chicken dinner. Blotter making that move up to the ranking into number 6 spot. But really, I think the highlight of week 2 league play is that team you can see in the number 2 spot. Only 3 points away from our overall points leaders from Super Weekend. SALTxi8 Esports, a team that didn't make it to Super Weekend number 1, coming out absolutely massive in league play week number 2, and all of this without a chicken dinner, which means it's pure consistency in their performances from Esports.
Absolutely, and this is something that me and Fixes actually raised as well on the desk on the first league play week itself, that Esports is not playing like the way we know them. They were playing very stop in their tracks, but wait. Okay, well, what do you know? This is a tough crowd actually, but well, I'll take it, dude. Freestyle, they have made it. There's no two ways about it. I mean, say what you might, but they are definitely slowly and steadily still, they have that will to survive and will to just push on through one more time, and that will is kind of missing from Regicide as well as FMxR3D.
But still, the 4 teams that will not make it are all of the teams that have made it before. So it will still be a rounded affair, but I have my eyes on QWERTY and the Grounders. Same number of placement points, same number of eliminations, same number of total points, but what differentiates them? It's the winner chicken dinner. Quantum Rage,
Absolutely.
one chicken dinner in the bag gets them that Super Weekend slot, and it's going to be huge for them, because when you look at the Super Weekend overall points later in this week, you'll notice that this team is actually 3rd or 4th in the rankings over there. So,
dude, what? Yeah. What are the chances? I mean, look at where the Grounders are, right? Above them is Quantum Rage, who got the chicken dinner. Right below them is Regicide, who got a chicken dinner. They, without a chicken dinner, made it, and yet have not made it.
That's
not fair. That's definitely
yikes. To be honest, even look at Freestyle, right? I have to give props to Malik OP. 1 point.
Hey, true.
1 point is the difference right there. If he doesn't get that heel battle on, if he doesn't get that last minute fight he got against Magnus, then maybe they don't make it. Then maybe they're not able to get into the top 16. Malik single-handedly, I would say, getting Freestyle into the Super Weekend number 2.
Hey, that is true, mate. That is so very true. Definitely, though, till the final second, it made it matter. And of course, that has been showcased with the 14th position finish that Freestyle find themselves in. Along with that, this time around in the Super Weekend, we'll definitely be keeping a keen eye towards what TmwEsports is bringing to the table. XGeneration, how exactly are they going to be taking on the aggressive stance that is going to be pushed on them right off the get-go in the first match itself? And then you've got a pretty warmed-up team, a team that's calling themselves Esports, finishing the 2-day league affair with the 2nd position. Just what, 2 points? No, 3 points shy they were, right, from SALTxi8. Yeah, that's a huge undertaking that they've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, absolutely massive there for them. And boy, oh boy. You could see even the elimination leaders graphics has just been befuddled. You got teams from an entirely different region altogether. They're like, oh my god, that was too close. We can't take it.
It's just a troll of don't know what to even say. Started off with the final game, started off with the zone altogether itself, where it seemed like the PUBG gods were being the ones who were trolling us, and then you move on away from that. Then the directors were trolling us with the, they want to show it and they do not want to show it, and I think, all right, they've made up their minds. They're going to move on to show the elimination leaders. And right off the bat, on the first is going to be Blade from i8. 53 eliminations.
Yeah, 53 eliminations for Blade. Now, look at SALTxi8, man. This is what I call domination. Number 1, number 2, number 3, Salt freaking i8. What a team they have proven themselves to be. I'm honestly going to say, at the start of week 1, League Play 1, I was kind of scared because they were off to a slow start. But ever since their day 2 of the Super Weekend, they've been on this meteoric rise, and they are just toying with the lobby right now. Every single time they want to win, they win.
Yes. Yes, that is so true. That is so very true. And I think when it comes down to the engineering of this team as well, they already have plans set up. As soon as a zone is made in a certain direction and they've got their known drop location working for them, this team will prove it to heaven and earth that they are the ones who are going to get that chicken no matter what, and they do. I mean, this is something that we spoke about during the cast today as well, CA, where you talk about away from the game itself, and you talk about how much of a mental strength that you bring into the game. You know, you as a player, as a team member, you have to by yourself at times just completely YOLO it to get your team into those deserving positions. And again, I mean, for the side of SALTxi8, each and every member is that resilient. So definitely, they deserve it.
They most certainly do. Now, they're going to have to hold on. They are the kings of the hill right now, not just in the Super Weekend point system, but also coming in from the League 2 week play point system. So clearly the team to beat, you know, all the way through. And if you want to catch every single second of the thrilling Super Weekend that is about to come, make sure you follow, subscribe to all of our platforms down there, PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan, on every single social media platform. And you don't want to miss that Super Weekend, man. It's going to be an absolute blockbuster.
It definitely will be, because this is going to be the most critical Super Weekend where a few of these teams, they are definitely going to be solidifying their position in the finals itself. Of course, we do have the third Super Weekend to go through before we have the finals, but I mean, we'll kind of get a clear idea as to the teams that are making an aggressive stance and the teams that are going to just passively following them along.
Yeah, and we'll have to see who does it in after a one-day break. For now, though, that will be sayonara for this league play right here. See you with the Super Weekend. Yes.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस लगी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न
तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू ਤੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ and you thought you knocked me out ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਝ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਬਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਐਡਾ ਸੌਖਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਹਰਾਉਣਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ 10 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਜ਼ਮਾਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਿਖਣ ਦਾ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਸਟਾਈਲ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜਿਆ ਮੈਂ PUBG ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਚਾਹਤਾ ਲਿਖਾਂ ਗਾਣੇ ਰਾਉਂਡ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਖਾਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਨਾ ਖਿਆਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਵੈਗ ਦੇਸੀ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਮੈਂ ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਕਦੀ ਫਲੈਕਸ ਕੁਝ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਜਾਲੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਬੈਕੀ ਐ ਪੈਰਾ ਸ਼ੂਟ ਕੀਤੇ like I'm falling on a flag ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਆਪ ਜੀਵੇ ਤੇਰਾ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਾਲੀ